The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
I might just take the appearances, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Today I appear with Mr Freeburn of Council.
And Ms Hogendoren.
Yes, Commissioner, today I appear with Mr Glover of Council for the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you. The third public hearing of the Royal Commission into the Robodebt scheme commences today and will conclude on Friday, 3 February 2023. The systematic and detailed factual inquiry into the scheme will continue through the proposed witnesses over the next 2 weeks. The list of proposed witnesses for this public hearing was recently updated on the Commission's website. The list identifies 27 witnesses who Council assisting intend to call during this public hearing. That may be an ambitious proposal in view of the substantial content to be covered in respect of a number of those witnesses. The fourth and final public hearing will commence on 20 February for a period of 3 weeks, which concludes on 10 March 2023. We anticipate the Commission will require all of the available time in the fourth public hearing to complete the oral evidence required by the terms of reference. The Commonwealth has produced approximately 130,000 documents since the second public hearing, bringing the total number of documents being considered by the Commission to 572,000. Now, that volume of material is but one measure of the extensive work undertaken by the Commission. If I turn then to the third public hearing content, this hearing block will continue the Commission's focus on the fairness, legality and policy considerations of the Robodebt scheme in the face of increasing criticism and scrutiny, including in the media, by decisions of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the online forum Not My Debt and the Ombudsman. The period under consideration will largely be 2017 and 2018. The hearing block will also hear evidence of the enforcement measures where alleged debts were not paid, including in respect of departure prohibition orders by written evidence from Mr Christopher Birrer, the proper officer of Services Australia, and in respect of garnishees by the Australian Taxation Office from Ms Melinda Smith, the Chief Service Delivery Officer of the ATO. The Commission will also hear evidence about prosecutions by the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions from Mr James Carter, the Acting Commonwealth Solicitor for the DPP. His evidence will relate to the DPP's consideration of matters referred to it, which involved averaged PAYG data and its position in respect of prosecutions of such matters. The focus of the third public hearing will be upon the following specifically. First, the impact of the scheme on individuals. As the evidence adduced so far indicates, those affected by the change to business rules, which involve the averaging of PAYG ATO data from 1 July 2015, either by way of manual or automated assessment, shared a common characteristic in that they relied upon Centrelink income support payments to fill deficiencies in their earned income. The circumstances of their earned income deficiency and consequential reliance on Centrelink's income support payments occurred for a variety of reasons which were unique to the personal circumstances of the individual. Today, the Commission will hear from 2 witnesses who will share their experience after receiving letters which allege debts in the Robodebt scheme. The first of those, Ms Rosemary Gay, is 76 years of age. Ms Gay had accessed the age pension for a number of years, and in 2016 she was issued with a Robodebt notice in the amount of approximately $65,000. The debt notice related to the period 2010 to 2016. Ms Gay subsequently sought 2 reassessments of the debt, with the result of those reassessments leading to a reduced debt of approximately $120. The debt was ultimately reduced to nil on the basis that it was based upon income averaging. I anticipate Ms Gay's evidence will provide a case study on the repeated calculation errors in the early iterations of the Robodebt scheme and the difficulty at a personal level and frustration caused by the scheme to those whom it targeted. The second person who will give evidence of their experience is Mr Ricky Ake. Mr Ake lived in rural Victoria and received New Start allowance. In 2018, he was issued with a Robodebt notice in the amount of $5,254.53. The alleged debt related to the period 2014 to 2016, and the debt was ultimately reduced to nil as it was based on income averaging. His evidence is a case study on the impact of those living in rural areas and those with limited support networks. The second topic on which evidence will focus is the nature of the policy, legal and personal criticisms of the scheme which gained momentum in late 2015 and early 2016, after the largely automated process was implemented. That criticism came from persons within DHS described as whistleblowers, and some of it was placed in the media, from the media itself, from decisions of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, from articles published in law journals, and from groups who represented those affected. Witnesses will give evidence in respect of this area of focus include Ms Lyndsey Jackson on behalf of Not My Debt, an advocacy organisation that concerned itself with Robodebt and its impact on welfare recipients. Ms Jackson will give evidence today about the role played by Not My Debt and its significant online presence, which was easily accessible to recipients of alleged debt letters. I anticipate Ms Jackson's evidence will touch upon the assistance Not My Debt provided to affected persons and its role as an advocate for those who were the subject of the scheme. Mr Christopher Birrer will also be called today on behalf of Services Australia. His evidence will address the manner in which DHS dealt with complaints about the scheme, the systems in place, the way in which complaints were categorised, compliance with national standards, record keeping and statistics which can be produced about those complaints. Ms Barbara Martin, a pseudonym, will also give evidence. She is employed with Services Australia and will address the way in which Services Australia dealt with complaints at a day-to-day level. Commissioner, I note that DNP 0001, a direction, is in place in respect of the names of persons who give evidence under a pseudonym. Two former ministers will also give evidence next week, which touches on the topic of the criticism of the scheme, which were brought to their attention by the media and those within their respective departments. The third topic of focus of this hearing is the nature of the response by the government to those criticisms. The very public and pointed nature of those criticisms required persons within DHS and DSS and their respective ministers to decide how to respond. The nature of those responses will be examined, including through former ministers for DSS and DHS, the Honourable Christian Porter and the Honourable Alan Tudge, respectively. The fourth topic of focus will be the decisions of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal on matters pertaining to Robodebt. In some cases, those who received letters alleging debts had the ability to challenge the debt by the administrative review process undertaken by the AAT. Tomorrow, the Commission will hear from Mr Terry Carney AO, a former member of the AAT up to September 2017. Mr Carney has expertise in the area of social security law, and in his capacity as a member of the AAT, he determined a number of appeals which involved averaging of PAYG data to alleged debts. Those determinations were generally adverse to the Department of Human Services in that they found the calculation of fortnightly debt in reliance upon average PAYG data to be unsupportable. He will also give evidence about the circumstances, to his knowledge, in which he was not reappointed to the AAT in September 2017 after making decisions adverse to the factual and legal basis of the scheme. The fifth area of focus is the ongoing defence of the legality of the scheme in the face of the trend of AAT decisions, the keynote speech by Mr Hanks KC in Canberra in June 2017 at the annual conference of the Australian Institute of Administrative Law, an article by Mr Carney published in the University of New South Wales Law Journal in 2018, and an advice obtained from the Department of Social Services from Clayton Utes in August 2018. Ms Musolino, the Chief Legal Counsel of the Department of Human Services, during the establishment and implementation of the scheme, will give evidence about her role and the Department's defence of the legality of the scheme in the face of those repeated criticisms. The evidence of Mr Maurice Stipnieks, former General Counsel, DHS, will add to Ms Musolino's evidence in that respect. On the DSS side of the response to legal criticism, Ms Anna Fredericks, Ms Kristen Lumley, Ms Alison Essex and Mr Nathan Williamson will give evidence of their knowledge of the extent of legal criticisms of the scheme and their knowledge of the Clayton Utes advice and their individual response at a time during Ms Catherine Campbell's appointment as Secretary of the Department of Social Services. The sixth area of focus in the proposed evidence is the use of media by ministers and government departments to assert that the Robodebt scheme was fair and lawful and indeed sound government policy. Evidence will also address the use of personal information of those who criticised the scheme as being published in the media. The witnesses who fall into this category are Mr Hank Yongen, Department spokesperson for the Department of Human Services, Mr Bevan Hannon, a former Acting National Manager, Customer and Media Engagement within DHS, who liaised regularly with the Office of the Minister for DHS in 2017, particularly Ms Rochelle Miller, and thirdly, Ms Rochelle Miller, a media advisor to the Minister for DHS, then Mr Alan Tudge. Ms Miller's evidence will also provide insight into the former Minister's media strategy and his knowledge of the inaccuracy of alleged debts calculated by the scheme. A further category of a response to potential criticism of the scheme was the DSS response to the Ombudsman's investigation into the scheme in early 2017. In hearing block 2, evidence was called about the DHS response to that investigation. In the DSS response, it asserted that it was satisfied that the scheme was lawful and it was comfortable with the manner in which alleged debts were calculated, despite its unequivocal earlier evidence to DHS that legislative change was required to introduce the scheme. 4 witnesses will give evidence of their actions in respect of the DSS response to the Ombudsman in early 2017, Mr Russell de Berg, Mr Robert Herman, Mr Alan Grinsell-Jones and Ms Janine Richards, former Group Manager, Legal and Compliance Division, DSS. And finally, there will be a focus on the engagement of external consultants by DHS in early 2017 in respect of the difficulties encountered by the scheme. PwC and Data 61 were those consultants. Mr Scott West, a partner at PwC, will give evidence of the scope of PwC's engagement, its analysis of the scheme's implementation, recommendations made to DHS by PwC, and what PwC produced to the department and to the Minister by way of update or report. Before handing over to Mr Freeburn for the remainder of the day, I conclude by addressing the question of submissions to the Commission. The closure date for submissions is Friday, 3 February 2023, the last day of this sittings, and that date was selected with the tight schedules set for the completion of the Commission's task. To date, many hundreds of submissions have been made, and they will provide a substantial body of evidence which will assist the Commission in drafting its report and recommendations. I again encourage all of those who have been affected by the scheme and the employees of the Department of Human Services, recipients of letters and the like, those with working or day-to-day knowledge of the implementation and maintenance of the scheme to make a submission. Submissions can be made anonymously or publicly, but I reiterate again, particularly for those who remain employed by the Commonwealth Government, the Royal Commissions Act provides protections for those who give evidence at this Commission. More information about those protections can be provided on request from the solicitors assisting the Commission. Commissioner, Mr Freeburn will take the first witness, Ms Rosemary Gay.
Thank you. Mr Freeburn.
Thank you, Commissioner. I
Ms.
call...
Gay, sorry, you're calling Ms. Gay. Ms. Gay, can I just ask you, would you prefer to take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Right, and we'll just get that delivered.
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, Ms. Gay. You can take a seat. Yes, Mr. Freeman.
Ms Gay, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Rosemary Gay.
Thank you. And you're currently living in Ballarat in the state of Victoria, is that right?
Correct.
Did you prepare a statement in preparation for giving evidence in this Royal Commission dated the 13th of January of 2023?
I did.
And in the preparation of your statement, did you have regard to a range of documents provided by Services Australia?
Yes, I did.
Commissioner, I tender the statement of Ms Gay and a number of related documents, including NTG 0121 to Services Australia, the response to that notice and a number of attachments. I understand that they commence in the draft exhibit list at Exhibit 3244 and run through to Exhibit 3264.
Yes, they will be admitted according to the schedule with the numbers they bear in it. Thank you.
Ms Gay, I'm going to start by asking some questions in relation to your background. You're 76 years of age, is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain to the Commission your current family situation?
I separated from my husband in 2002. We were divorced in 2015. I live on my own. I have 2 adult children. My daughter is here with me today. My children are a constant support for me, and I rely on them heavily. But I do live on my own, and I have some health issues that require support from my family.
Thank you. And Ms Gay, you're retired, aren't you?
Correct. I retired in 2020 at the age of 74.
Thank you. In your statement, you describe your work with an employer named GDP Transport, and I'll ask you some questions in relation to that employment in a moment. But before I do, can you briefly describe, in broad terms, your work history prior to that employment?
I began working for a legal firm in Melbourne when I left school as a stenographer, and I worked for that barrister and solicitor for 15 years, covering all aspects of law. And in the later part of that employment, I was his probate conveyance clerk. My husband and I and our children then moved to Ballarat. I worked again for a legal company in Ballarat for a couple of years, and then worked for an accountancy company, again a small firm, and covered all aspects of accountancy. And I worked for that accountant for a period of 6 years. I then went into hospitality and worked as a receptionist in a very large hotel in Ballarat. I was there for 16 years, and following that, I went to work for GDP Transport, who were a transport and logistic company.
Thank you. Ms Gay, can I draw your attention to the period 2010 to 2011? Do you recall where you were living during that period?
Yes, I was living in my own home that I purchased in 2005 in Creswick, living on my own.
And where is Creswick?
Where is Creswick? It's a small town about 17 kilometres north of Ballarat in Western Victoria.
Thank you. And is it the case that you were working at GDP Transport during that time?
Yes,
And is it also the case that you worked with that employer up and until your retirement in 2020?
Correct.
Ms Gay, can you describe to the Commission the business of GDP Transport? That is, what's the subject matter of its business?
It was basically transport and logistics. They owned a fleet of trucks, which covered various cartage business in a commercial stage. I was the only girl in the office. It was a small business, and I was responsible for their transport and logistic systems, operating systems, computer systems, and also their accounting computer systems, which required monthly reconciliations to be supplied to their accountants. Also in charge of initiating and controlling and running their spreadsheet to work out fuel consumption on their trucks. All aspects, plus reception, obviously, being the only female in the office. So covered all aspects of that business in transport and logistics.
And do you recall in that 2010 to 2011 period whether the basis upon which you were you employed on a casual basis or a permanent basis?
Permanent part-time basis.
Thank you. And Ms Gay, can you describe the level of income or the kind of income that you earned from that work?
I was paid on an hourly basis, and I can't really recall exactly what I started on, but it was around 20. By the time I retired, I was earning $22 an hour.
And you mentioned before that you worked part-time. How many days a week typically were you working?
When I originally started back in probably 2004, it was 3 days, but then it went back to 2 days per week. So for the best part of my time there, my 16 years there, I worked 2 days per week.
Thank you.
7-hour days, so it was 14 hours a week.
And Ms Gay, can you describe your financial situation during that 2010 to 2011 period?
Yes, my financial situation was such that because I was only able to work 2 days a week due to health issues, I needed to also access aged pension, which I was on, to subsidise my income to cover my living expenses.
And what would it have been like without your aged pension?
Well, I wouldn't have been able to survive. 2 days a week is just not enough income to survive on.
And so you've mentioned that you were accessing aged pension. Just to clarify, that was you were accessing that in that 2010 to 2011 period, is that right?
Correct.
And whilst you were accessing your aged pension, did you understand that you were under any obligations in relation to income reporting?
Absolutely.
What were those
I fully
obligations?
understood that I had to report all income I earned from my job in order to access a balance, a smaller amount of the age pension to subsidise. So I didn't get the full pension, my income was deducted from the pension and I got a balance. But I did understand that it was important for me to report fortnightly to Centrelink in order for them to work out what my pension fortnightly would be.
Thank you. And how often did you have to report to Centrelink your earnings?
Fortnightly.
And to the best of your recollection, Ms Gay, did you discharge your reporting obligations?
Did I, sorry?
Discharge your reporting obligations?
Absolutely. To the best of my knowledge, I reported everything. I was meticulous in record keeping because of my history in working in law and accountancy. I understood and the accounting computer systems I operated, I understood the importance of keeping complete records of all information. And I did that personally. I had my own personal filing cabinet at home, and everything was noted and everything was reported.
All right. Could the following document please be brought up by the operator? It's Exhibit 3249. Now, Ms Gay, this is a letter dated 29 September 2016, and it's addressed to you by the agency. I'll refer to this piece of correspondence as the initial notice. The initial notice states, "We have received information from the Australian Taxation Office about your employment income. This shows that the amount reported to them is different to the amount you told us. To make sure that you have been paid correctly, we need you to confirm your employment income information." Under the heading, "What you need to do," it says, 1, please check the enclosed employment income information, and 2, confirm your employment income online before 19 October 2016. It goes on to say, if you do not confirm your employment income online by 19 October 2016, we will update your details using the enclosed employment income information. And over the page, under the heading employment income information, it says, "This information has been received from the Australian Taxation Office, and it indicates that in the period 1 July 2010 to 30 June 2011, you earned $17,436 whilst you were under the employ of GDP Transport." Ms Gay, do you recognise this correspondence?
Yes, I recall receiving it, yes.
You recall receiving it?
Yes.
When did you receive it? Was it around that September 2016?
Around the 19th of September. I'm not sure whether it came in the mail or came on the online portal, my MyGov online portal.
All right.
But I received it around about the time of the date of that letter.
Okay.
I definitely remember receiving it.
Ms Gay, I'm interested in the agency's assertion in that initial notice that, quote, "the amount reported to them," that is the ATO, "is different to the amount you told us," that is the agency. So the agency had identified some discrepancy between the ATO income information and the amounts that you declared to the agency. What was your reaction to receiving the initial notice and reading that?
To me, it was one of shock and surprise because, as far as I was concerned, the data that I'd provided to them of my earnings would be exactly the same as what would be contained in my group certificate in my tax return at the end of that financial year. Because from my point of view, I had reported everything that I had earned, and I couldn't see why there would be a mistake, and I just thought it must be an error in their internal calculations.
And what actions did you take upon receiving the initial notice?
I immediately accessed my 2010-11 tax return and confirmed the amount that they'd included, which is exactly the same as the amount on my group certificate that was in my 2010-11 tax return, and accessed my online portal and confirmed that that figure was correct, that that was the figure I had reported to the tax office.
Could paragraphs 21 and 22 of Ms Gay's statement be shown by the operator? It's Exhibit 3244. So, Ms Gay, in those paragraphs you explain that on the 5th of October of 2016, you sought to provide to the agency information from your group certificate from GDP Transport in that 2010 to 2011 financial year. And you did this via Centrelink's online platform, is that the case?
Correct, I did.
And essentially, the information that you sought to provide to the agency, in effect, confirmed that you'd earned $17,436 in that financial year. That is the same amount that the agency had identified in the initial notice, is that right?
Correct.
How did you think the agency would use the information that you provided?
I presumed that once I'd confirmed that that was in my group certificate, that that would be the end, that they would correlate that to be the same as what I had reported to them, and expected that would be the end of it.
And given your earlier evidence about the accuracy of your income reporting, did it concern you that the agency had nevertheless identified a discrepancy between the annual income figure that you believe to be accurate, having reviewed your group certificate, and the amounts that you had declared to the agency? Did that concern you?
Absolutely. I was just surprised that they weren't the same. I couldn't understand how there was a discrepancy at all.
Could the following document please be brought up by the operator? It's Exhibit 3246. And could subparagraph 1.4, I think it's on the 3rd page, could that be called out, please? So, Ms Gay, this is a response by the agency to the to NTG 0121. And by this subparagraph, the agency describes what is referred to as an assessment error that occurred during your accessing of the agency's online platform on 5 October 2016. It reads, on 5 October 2016, Ms Gay accessed her DHS online account to undertake the OCI review. However, she was not able to complete the review because of an assessment error that prevented Ms Gay's entitlement reassessment from completing. As a result, the OCI review was referred to a compliance officer for manual processing and to review and address the assessment error preventing the assessment from being completed. Ms Gay, at the time you provided your information or attempted to provide your information to the agency on 5 October of 2016, were you made aware of any assessment error?
No, I have no recollection of that whatsoever. As far as I was concerned, I had reported my income on the online portal and that had gone through to Centrelink. I had no idea there was an error.
Were you made aware that your case had been referred to a compliance officer for what is referred to in the response as manual processing?
No, at that stage, no.
And it's only in your preparation for giving evidence to this Royal Commission that you've become aware of the matters described in that subparagraph?
Correct, just in recent times.
All right. Could Exhibit 3248 please be brought up by the operator? Ms Gay, this is a letter dated 12 October 2016, and it's addressed to you by the agency. And I'll refer to this document as the debt notice. The debt notice states that an amount payable of $64,998.17 is due, and it says the due date for payment of that money is the 9th of November of 2016. Under the heading, why this amount is payable, the debt notice states, the correct amount of your earnings was not taken into account in the payments made to you from 9 July 2010 to 6 October 2016. This means you have been overpaid. We are, therefore, required to recover this amount. Do you recognise this document, Ms Gay?
I certainly do.
And how did you receive this document?
I received that document by mail.
And was it around the date of the document?
It was around the date of the document.
And so by this letter, the agency is essentially asking that you come up with $64,000 in less than a month. Can you explain your reaction to receiving the letter?
Turned my life upside down. It was just sheer terror that I owed a figure that was just such a huge amount that I've never earned that much money. How could I owe that much money? And the fact that I was to come up with that within a matter of 3 or 4 weeks. It was just sheer terror to me, and I had no idea what to do next if it hadn't have been for my daughter guiding me through that and suggesting I contact Centrelink. I did know, however, deep down that it was an impossible amount for me to owe. I could not possibly owe that amount of money.
What were you getting on the age pension at that time? Do you remember roughly?
Sorry?
What were you getting with the age pension at that time? Do you remember roughly how much you got a week
Look,
or
I
a
can't
year?
recall. No, I can't.
Okay, was it as much as that for the year?
Sorry?
Was it as much as the amount claimed from you?
Oh, certainly not. Oh, nowhere near. No, absolute. I've never earned that much money with income and pension in any given time. But the fact that they were saying that was from 2010 to 2016 certainly didn't cover. I couldn't possibly have earned that much money from them. They couldn't possibly have overpaid me that amount of money, which meant they would have had to have paid me a huge, larger sum for that to be an overpaid figure. I knew it couldn't be possible. However, it just turned my life upside down and created an enormous emotional and mental strain on me. Nonetheless, I proceeded to contact Centrelink immediately.
I'll just interrupt you there, Ms Gay. I'll get to that.
Sorry, okay.
And you've described the support that you received from your family, or you touched upon that. Can you explain the role that your family had in supporting you through this time?
It was both physical, emotional and mental support from my family. I just wasn't able to see the forest for the trees. I wasn't able to see what I had to do. All I could see was that I may be faced with selling my home and losing everything that I had worked for in my 70 years. And I just saw it all going away instantly.
And do you recall, you've given evidence in relation to your financial position in the 2010 to 2011 period. Do you recall what your financial position was like at the time the debt was raised?
Again, I was working 2 days a week and relying on income from my age pension to subsidise my living expenses. Living on my own and relying on both working and my pension. But the fact that I was struggling to cope with having received a debt like this did have an effect on my ability to work. But I did continue working, but it was a very difficult time.
The initial notice, you recall, had invited you to provide information relevant to the 2010 to 2011 period, whereas the debt notice, in the debt notice, the agency appears to have raised the debt on the basis of purported overpayments in the period 2010 to 2016. Was this ever, did you understand why that was the case at the time?
At the time I received the letter, no. The initial letter stated the 2010-11 tax return, and now they're stating 2010 to 2016. I subsequently was told in conversations with Centrelink how that happened, but at that time I received that letter. I could not understand that at all.
How did it happen? I'm struggling to understand it.
Sorry?
What did they tell you about how it did happen?
When I spoke to, when I contacted Centrelink and I was transferred continuously up the line of command to their senior person because everybody I initially spoke to were not able to help me with my situation, and every time I was transferred up, I had to tell my story all over again and go through it with everybody. Eventually they transferred me up to who they referred to as God, and I can't remember his name. But when I spoke to this fellow called God, who was the most senior person in their department who they felt could help me, he said to me, I've got your file open in front of me. I can see there is no way you can possibly owe that amount of money. He said what they have done, they've put in a new system that has not been tested, and it has a glitch in the system, and that glitch in the system has picked up perhaps a week of income that you'd had. And let me say here, when my bosses were away on leave, I did have to work extra hours, so there were periods of time where my income was higher, which I diligently reported to Centrelink every time. But he said the glitch in the system had picked up during that 2010-11 year, a period where you'd earned more.
Look, I probably should stop you because I think Mr. Freeburn probably wants to ask you more detail about that. I was just wondering if anybody ever explained, because it seems they must have assumed that for that entire period you weren't entitled to pension from 2010 to 2016, but they'd never asked you about the years other than the 2010 year.
Correct.
So did anybody ever explain why they covered that entire period when you'd only been asked about 1 year?
This gentleman did explain that they picked that period up in 2010 and then multiplied that up to 2016, that the glitch in this is what the glitch in the system had done, had multiplied that larger wage, perhaps for a week, multiplied that by every year. So they therefore considered that I'd earned that figure every week from 2010 to 2016.
All right.
That was
thanks.
his
We'll-
explanation of
okay.
it, and it also included interest.
All right, we'll go back to Mr Freeburn now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Could paragraphs 31 and 32 of Ms Gay's statement be brought up by the operator? Exhibit 3244. And paragraph 32, Ms Gay, you describe how you spoke with a person who you refer to as God, and you've explained that that name originated from the agency.
Correct.
And you've described how you came to speak to God. What did you understand the outcome of your conversation with God to be?
I was just attempting to get to the bottom of whatever error they had calculated this debt on. At that stage, I didn't know what the outcome would be. I just wanted them to understand there wasn't any way I could owe that amount of money.
I think you describe in your statement that you understood that there'd be a reassessment.
I'm sorry, at the end of the conversation, yes, but that wasn't what I thought at the beginning when I was calling. But after I'd explained my situation to this gentleman, and he admitted, he said, I have your file open in front of me. I can see that there's no way possible you owe that amount of money. We will perform a manual reassessment.
All right.
We won't go through the audit system that had been put in place. We'll do it manually and come up with a new figure for you.
And, but he didn't explain what the result of that reassessment was during that particular
Not during that original conversation, because it hadn't at that stage been carried out. He just said they will carry that out.
And how did you feel after your conversation with God?
I felt that they were going to work on it, and that surely they would see that there isn't any way I owe them any money, let alone any money to that degree.
Right.
So I felt confident that the outcome would be that they realised there'd been some error, and that couldn't be possible that I owe them any money.
Do you recall how you found out about the result of the reassessment?
Yes, it's very. I try to remember going back to 2016, the sequence of events, but in my mind, the way I recall it is that I lodged my fortnightly earnings this particular fortnight, and then got the report back, which you do once you've lodged your earnings, to say what your pension will be. And it was lower than what I anticipated it was going to be. And so I contacted them and said, why has this amount been reduced? And they said, because we're taking out $133 debt reduction from the debt you owe. And I said, you can't do that because this debt is in dispute. I'm discussing it with Centrelink. They are reassessing this debt. And she said, well, we can do that, and we will. And if your dispute is successful, we'll refund you the money. And I said, well, you cannot take that amount out because it places me in financial difficulty. I rely on my pension to pay my bills and my living expenses. So she then transferred me to the debt department because they were responsible for taking the amounts out. And they said, that's okay, we will come to a figure that you feel you can afford to pay. If you can't afford the 133, we'll take out a lower figure. And again, I argued with them because I didn't think that was fair that they should take it out. However, we agreed on $60 per fortnight they would take out as a deduction from my pension to cover a debt which I felt I still didn't owe.
And in that conversation, did they explain the result of the reassessment?
I then accessed another area of my online portal which had the debt that you owe, and that showed me that the debt that I owed was 6,680 odd. I can't quite remember the exact figure, but I discovered that in the debt area of my online portal. I don't ever recall receiving any letter or any communication from them to say this is the result of the manual reassessment.
So so you understood that the debt had been, as a result of the reassessment, the debt had been reduced from $64,998 to, I think you say in your statement, $6,683.16.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct. So again, immediately I placed a dispute, and I was given a dispute number, and I said, I still don't believe I owe that amount of money, I dispute that. So the wheels were put in motion for a further manual reassessment.
All right, so you say you placed a dispute. Why did you do that?
Because I still believe there isn't any way I could owe them that amount of money. It was just far too much because of how accurate I am in record keeping. There isn't any way I would have made that sort of mistake, and there isn't any way I could owe that amount of money to them.
Ms. Gay, it was clearly distressing for you to receive the debt notice. Can you describe your feelings after understanding the result of the reassessment, the first reassessment?
Again, I was in shock because it was hard at the time to control my emotions and discuss it with them because it was a matter of hours and hours on the telephone with Centrelink, attempting to discuss the situation and claim that there isn't any way. I know I can't owe this amount of money. It was a very dark period of time for me, and one that's difficult to even relive when you're relating a story. My mental state and physical health at that stage were at a very low ebb.
All right. And you've described, so you understood from the conversation that you've just described that amounts were being withheld from your age pension. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain the impact that the withholding of the amounts from your age pension had on you or would have on you?
It had a significant effect on me because my earnings were very little from my job, only working 2 days per week. My expenses in living in a home, as we all have those expenses, and my budget would be budgeted out every fortnight to cover bills that would be coming into the household. So that placed having anything deducted from my pension, even the $60 per fortnight, did place me under financial strain.
Thank you. Could Exhibit 3252 be shown by the operator? So, Ms. Gay, you've given evidence that you sought, in effect, a further dispute of that $6,000 figure.
Correct.
So you really were seeking a second reassessment of the debt, is that right?
Correct.
This is a letter dated 7 December 2016, and it's addressed to you by the agency. It says, I'm writing to you about the decision made on 12 October 2016 regarding the overpayment of your age pension. After careful consideration, I have decided the original decision was incorrect. The decision is now that the overpayment amount for debt ID redacted has now been recalculated and changed to $120.33 for the period 23 July 2010 to 23 June 2011. Ms. Gay, do you recognise this document?
Absolutely. I remember receiving that.
And do you recall receiving this letter on or around 7 December 2016?
Correct.
So let me get this right. The debt had originally been in the amount of $64,998, correct?
Correct.
You subsequently requested a reassessment or a review of that debt, and as a result of the reassessment, being the first reassessment, the debt was reduced to $6,683.16, correct? You then sought a second review of the debt, and by this 7 December 2016 letter, the agency is indicating to you that the debt had been reduced again as a result of the second reassessment to an amount of $120.33.
Correct.
What was your reaction to receiving this letter?
Once again, I was shocked and angry by this time to think that they could initially cause such traumatic experience to anybody accessing support from a pension, whether it be age pension or whatever. In my case, it was age pension, that they could turn someone's life upside down to tell them they owed that amount of money and then do a reassessment and still come back with an incorrect amount of money and then do another assessment and come down with a figure of $120. I mean, it's just a laughable situation that they can put anybody through that trauma and pain and anguish and wonder how they're going to get that debt repaid. And if I hadn't continued to push and push and push, had I tried to pay off the second figure, but again, I realised it was just not possible. It was impossible in my case to owe that amount of money. But for other people who got figures who they thought, well, perhaps I do owe that and paid it, it's just a laughable situation that they can have a system in place that can destroy the lives of people so much when that system is inaccurate.
All right. Would Exhibit 3247 please be brought up by the operator? This is an annexure to the response by the agency to NTG 0121, and by this annexure, Services Australia seek to provide an explanation as to why, as a result of the two reassessments, the debt had been reduced. Under the heading Initial Debt Calculation 12 October 2016, it reads, the initial debt calculated for Ms Gay on 12 October 2016 included a duplication of an ongoing income amount, brackets $399 per week, and was combined with the application of the averaged ATO income information from the PAYG payment summary for the 2010 to 2011 financial year. Later it says, Ms Gay had previously declared ongoing income amounts until 26 November 2010, at which time she was changed to statement reporting. Goes on to say, following the change on 26 November 2010, Ms Gay had declared income each fortnight to receive her entitlement within the period of the original debt. It says, at the time the assessment was completed, the duplicate ongoing income was not identified by the officer when they finalised and completed the assessment. This resulted in an additional $798 per fortnight of income being assessed in addition to the $668.78 recorded from the averaged ATO income information. This resulted in a total of $1,466.78 of income being assessed each fortnight for the period 9 July 2010 to 23 June 2011. For the periods following 23 June 2010, the assessment applied an additional $798 of income per fortnight to Ms Gay's declared earnings in each fortnight from 24 June 2010 to 6 October 2016. Under the heading Recalculation Undertaken 14 October 2016, that is the first reassessment, it says, the recalculated debt for Ms Gay on 14 October 2016 removed the duplicated ongoing income that was included within the initial calculation. The removal of the ongoing income amount from 9 July 2010 resulted in a reassessment of Ms Gay's entitlement for the period 1 March 2011 to 6 October 2016, resulting in a reduction of $58,315.01 in the initial overpayment issued to Ms Gay on 12 October 2016. This recalculation resulted in Ms Gay's debt being revised to $6,683.17.
So can we summarise this, Mr Freeburn? It seems that what they did was double up the income for the entire period
Yes.
from 2010 through to 2016. And then when they did the first review, forget about doing 2010 to 2011 and just do the balance. It did the balance of the period, so they didn't reassess, in fact, for 2010, 2011. Am I right about that?
That's broadly my understanding, Commissioner.
Okay, so errors all round.
So, Ms Gay, did you have any understanding of the matters described in that annexure at the time of your dealings with the agency?
No,
Was it ever explained to you?
no, never. I don't recall ever having any of that described or advised to me in any form by phone or by correspondence.
Having considered the agency's response, do you now understand the agency's explanation
Any
for
of
what
that,
happened?
to be honest.
Sorry, can you repeat
I
that?
cannot follow what they're talking about there. It doesn't make any sense. I gather from what they're saying is that they made errors in over-calculating my income and carrying that through for a period of years. But it's very difficult to understand the depth of their description, to be honest.
All right.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Could Exhibit 3252 please be shown by the operator? Now, Ms Gay, this is a letter dated 17 July 2020, and it's addressed to you by the agency. It says, you will get a refund from Centrelink. You do not need to do anything. Apologies, I've been told that that's the wrong document.
It is the wrong document, yes. That's going back to the 7th of December advising I owe $120.
So 3254.
Correct.
Is it at 3254? So it says you do not need to do anything to get your refund. It will be paid in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Centrelink has changed how we use employment income information from the Australian Taxation Office in income compliance reviews. You previously had debts raised using averaging of ATO information. We no longer do this and will refund the repayments you made to those debts. Did you receive this document?
I did, yes, I remember receiving that.
And what was your reaction to finding out that your debt had been lowered to nil?
We are now talking about 2020, which is 4 years after this entire thing began. I just think it was immoral that it took them that time to admit that they made that mistake. And I think they only admitted they made that mistake because of the groundswell at the time that was happening with, we call ourselves victims of this Robodebt, in a groundswell for a class action, of which I did join that class action. But I was really angry with them because this happened in 2016 for a debt, for a miscalculation from 2010, and here we are in 2020. They're offering to refund the amount that I'd repaid them, which I appreciated, and the money did go in directly into my bank account. I did appreciate the repayment of it, but I just thought it was immoral.
Ms. Gay, can you, in broad terms, describe how your experience with Robodebt has affected you, both personally and practically speaking?
Personally, it's had a huge effect on my emotional and mental well-being, and did for some time following 2016. It was a good 18 months before I could get over that, and I don't think you ever do get over it. And every time I tell my story in relation to joining the class action in 2020 and now lodging my submission here, you relive that whole trauma. It was a trauma I never ever want to experience again. And I just think that it's, apart from being illegal to me, immoral and unethical, that they could even put a system into place that can cause such trauma to the general public, when obviously it's a flawed system.
Ms. Gay, the process of giving evidence today has clearly been distressing, but you've done so despite this distress. What's motivated you to tell your story to the Commission today?
Because I think everybody's story deserves to be told, and the more of us that can explain what we went through personally, and how we fought Centrelink. Some of us did and some didn't. Everybody needs to understand how many thousands of people were affected so badly by a system that was put in by a government department who you have full trust in, that they are doing things correctly, when obviously they are not. And it will continue to remain with me forever. It's just something I will never get over. And it has had a huge impact on my physical and mental well-being.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Thank you for your evidence, Ms Gay. I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Gay, for giving us the insight that your experience enables us to have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I think we might take the morning break there, Mr Freeburn, unless you're wanting to get started with the next witness. What do you think?
Commissioner, that sounds convenient.
All right. We'll make it past. Thank you.
All rise. The The Commission stands adjourned until 11:30 a.m. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr. Freeburn.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Miss Lyndsey Jackson.
Ms. Jackson, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
All right, would you stand and we'll just have that administered?
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Freeburn.
Miss Jackson, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Lyndsey Kate Jackson.
Did you prepare a statement in preparation for giving evidence in this Royal Commission dated the 19th of January of 2023?
I did, yes.
Commissioner, I tender a statement of Miss Jackson and a number of related documents, including NTG 0104 and a number of attachments. Those documents commence in the draft exhibit list at Exhibit 3265 and run through to Exhibit 3320.
They're admitted with the numbers in the schedule. Thank you.
I wish to raise just a small preliminary issue with you, Commissioner. I note that there are some discussions regarding some potential parliamentary privilege issues in relation to certain paragraphs of Ms Jackson's statement. At this stage, we're not entirely clear precisely which of those paragraphs are of concern, and it may be that after further discussion, a redacted version of the statement might be provided that's suitable for the Commission's use.
Do you want it not published for the moment, or?
I think that would be...
All right. Well, on that temporary basis, then, pending resolution of anything that may have to be redacted, I'll order that the statement of Ms Jackson dated 19 January 2023 not be published until further order.
Thank you. Ms Jackson, I'm going to start by asking you some questions in relation to your background. Where are you currently living?
I live in Moonta, South Australia.
And you had a role in the establishment and operations of an organisation named Not My Debt, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you provide the Commission with a brief description of your professional history prior to your involvement in Not My Debt?
Originally, I have a background in community engagement, regional community capacity building, and then I've been in technology for about 15 years, so project managing, building websites for not-for-profit government organisations, application development, and I'm the CEO of an agtech startup.
Thank you. And did the professional experience that you've just outlined equip you with any skills that later assisted in your involvement in Not My Debt?
Yes, it did, as far as building websites, using online communication tools like social media tools, but also administrative tools to support online collaboration and people working together.
Thank you. And Ms Jackson, in what year was Not My Debt established?
December 2016.
And initially, what prompted the establishment of Not My Debt?
On Twitter, there was starting to be some articles about something that was happening with Centrelink. People were reporting that they were receiving debts that they didn't understand. Most people were hearing from debt collectors and being quite confused that they were receiving notices from debt collectors when they'd left Centrelink 5 or 6 years ago. So the first visible group on social media were particularly people that had been students, and then they'd left the Centrelink system, and then they were receiving just before Christmas contact from debt collectors, and they were quite vocal online on Twitter. And then I also saw people posting on articles such as Triple J Hack had posted an article, and many people had responded in the comments that they'd also received debt notices.
All right, so it's the case that you saw these stories online in relation to these debts, and is it the case that you were concerned of the fact that they were retrospective, is that right?
Yes, and I was one of a number of people on Twitter that were also noticing this. In particular, there's a journalist and digital rights activist on Twitter. Their name's Asher Wolf, and they were tweeting about this a lot. And other technologists and policy people, academics were responding. So there was a conversation that was happening on Twitter, and it felt like there was an issue that was affecting people and something potentially to uncover.
Have you yourself ever been the subject of a Robodebt?
I haven't received one, no.
And at the time you established Not My Debt, did you know anyone personally with a Robodebt?
Not at the time, but it didn't take long to know people. My sister received one, friends that I talked to. I've talked to dozens of people over the last few years that had them.
So, but at the time of you establishing the organisation, you didn't know of anyone?
No.
And so is it fair to say that your motivation in creating Not My Debt was not a product of self-interest? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so if that's the case, what was your motivation?
I had an under 1 year old baby. I was living in regional South Australia. I had skills. The company I was working for had closed, so I had time and capacity. And I knew that I had skills that could assist in bringing this information to light. I thought that there was a strong need for a peer support element. People were confused about what was happening. There was a lack of understanding. So I thought that a simple thing that I could do would be to build a website that would collate that information in one spot and see if others on Twitter would assist.
So really it was born of an interest in social justice. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
Yes, definitely. And also from a technical point of view, there was something that was clearly happening with data and data usage and government IT systems, and that there were issues with that or poor implementation of that from a professional point of view, I also found really troubling as well.
In your statement, you describe a person who you refer to as Kay being a pseudonym. She was also involved in the establishment and operations of Not My Debt, is that right?
Yes.
And you describe it subparagraph 1.2c Roman numeral 2 of your statement, the nature of her involvement. You also refer to a person named Miss Amy Patterson. Did she also have a role to play in establishing and operating Not My Debt?
Yes.
And you describe it subparagraph 1.2c Roman numeral 3, the nature of her involvement. I'll ask you about your role in the operations or the day-to-day operations of Not My Debt in a moment. But for now, can you describe the steps that you personally took in the creation of Not My Debt?
Yes, so in the first instance, it was a response to a tweet that Asher Wolf had put out calling out this issue. I responded to that to say that we should build a website, then in response to that, Amy Patterson offered to assist. So that was sort of enough to have someone that would help. So then I created an online collaboration document and publicly and visibly, I guess, talked through the steps that I was doing as I was building the website. So the first instance was I put up a Google Doc and said, I'll start doing the functional building of the website because it was something that I could do. I had a server that I could host it on. But if people can help with creating the content and helping with the structure and defining what the site would look like, and we did that publicly through Twitter with people responding, but also crowdsourced things like people would add content to that Google Doc, content about the About page, information page, a directory of the community legal services centres. So that work was happening as I was actually building the website, creating the content types, and just setting up the functional structure of a site.
All right. And from its inception, is it fair to say that the objectives of Not My Debt have been directed at, broadly speaking, debts raised against welfare recipients, often referred to as robodebts?
Yes.
And at the time of your establishing of Not My Debt, how sophisticated was your understanding of robodebts and the practice of income averaging?
It was unsophisticated. There was commentary in the community, things that were being published by academics and people writing blog contents about what was happening. So that was one of the first things that we curated on the website, was that public information, media articles about it. So we were building up knowledge as it was evolving out, but it was unknown. It was unknown the scope, depth, breadth, and how it had occurred.
Right. So your understanding of the mechanisms that underpinned robodebt evolved over time, is that fair to say?
Yes, and it was one of the objectives to create that understanding and to essentially unpick what was happening from a policy, a social and a technical level.
Could subparagraph 4.1 of Ms Jackson's statement please be brought up by the operator? Commissioner, I note that I'm going to be asking for some particular paragraphs to be called out. The paragraphs that I'll be asked to be called out, I understand, aren't the subject of the issues I described earlier. All right. So, Ms Jackson, in subparagraph 4.1a, you say that the explicit objective of Not My Debt as an advocacy project was always to end the scheme that came to be known as Robodebt. Would you characterise that as being the primary objective of Not My Debt?
Yes, that's correct.
And in subparagraphs 4.1b to e, you outline a number of additional objectives of Not My Debt. Can you speak to those additional objectives?
Yes. So the function was to create a peer support network for people and to capture people's stories and their experiences of what was happening. And that was important to understand what was going on and then to understand people's interactions with the department, but also the human impact that it was having on them as well. So that became important. It was also an advocacy movement of bringing together different voices and different groups in the community. So again, technical, social, policy, to create a better understanding of what was happening at the time. And then the support structure generally, so that people that were affected didn't feel alone, and to provide information so that they could navigate either the complaints or the review process as well.
All right. So you've described the role that you had in establishing or creating Not My Debt. And in your statement, you describe to some degree your role in the operations of the organisation. I'm interested in two particular aspects of your role in the operations of the organisation. You say that you were involved in meeting with not-for-profits and advocacy organisations who were working with persons affected. In your own words, can you describe to the Commission that aspect of your role?
Yes, so I had a unique insight into what was happening, particularly given the time of year. So the real wave of work was during January. So it was a time when lots of agencies are on leave. As people are returning back from that holiday break, there was a momentum of community anger and people needing assistance, and I had, and the others in Not My Debt, we had insight into the stories of how it was affecting people. We'd become subject matter experts really, as far as knowing who other people were in the community that also had knowledge. Because of my background building websites for not-for-profits and governments, I also had some relationships, or had people knew me within the social welfare and not-for-profit space. So I was able to build trust quite quickly. And those groups coordinated themselves around their own response and what they saw was needed and how to support each other in their network. And I was something of a technical expert, kind of bringing in a different angle.
Can you identify the groups who you communicated with?
Yes, so the primary one was ACOS, and then through ACOS, they organised a number of meetings. I can't recall the frequency, but I recall about 4 or 5, I think every fortnight, during that initial response time as organisations were trying to figure out how they were going to respond. Legal Aid Victoria were really active and supportive. The other COSs joined in, TASCOS, NCOS, I believe SACOS, and then the community legal centres as well. I wasn't managing that invite list, so I wouldn't necessarily see those groups, and we had video call. We had audio calls only. We didn't have a video call.
Thank you. The other aspect of your role in the operations of Not My Debt that I'm interested in is your role as what you refer to in your statement as the public face and spokesperson of Not My Debt. Did you appear on media platforms in that capacity?
Yes, so the other people that were involved, such as Kay and Amy Patterson, didn't want to have a public profile for various reasons. I was fine with it. I was fine with it. So I did a range of things. I submitted a question to Q&A that was published, and I was interviewed by The Project a couple of times, The Guardian, a range of other media people, either with a direct quote or to provide background information.
And that this was all in relation to Robodebt?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you still involved in the Not My Debt organisation?
We have a Slack group that continues, and I pop into that, particularly with this piece of work. I sort of step back into being involved. I'm not involved in any of the direct support to people through the channels that we use. I stepped back in about 2019.
All right. But Not My Debt does remain active, is that right?
Yes.
Could subparagraph 4.2A of Ms Jackson's statement please be shown by the operator? Ms Jackson, you describe in that part of your statement that Not My Debt is completely run by volunteers, is that right?
Yes.
Has that always been the case?
Yes, we've never had a bank account or taken any financial support.
All right, so how has Not My Debt been funded?
Leanly through blood, sweat and tears. It doesn't have a lot of costs. We volunteer our time. I built the website. I donate the cost of the domain name and the server hosting. Amy Patterson at times has put in money for Facebook ads. So we've just contributed ourselves.
Now, I understand that Not My Debt primarily operates through online platforms. Is that the case?
Yes.
Does it exclusively operate through online platforms?
Yes.
Could subparagraph 4.2b of Ms Jackson's statement please be called out? In that subparagraph, you outline a number of online platforms through which the organisation operates. These platforms are said to include a website, a public Facebook page, a private Facebook group, a Twitter account, and an email account. What was the purpose of operating Not My Debt through multiple online platforms?
It gave us different reach. These different platforms all form a slightly different function, and they allow us to reach a broader community, and they all serve as a different purpose. But together, it creates a very broad reach and effective network.
And did you use particular online platforms differently to others, for example, Twitter and Facebook?
Yes, definitely. So Twitter is part of having that broader conversation, participating in a conversation that other people are having, keeping things in the public consciousness. It's a place that reporters, journalists are on, so they're seeing things that are, they're exposed to things that are happening publicly. We talk to other community experts about issues or share information that way. There is some support that happens through that. It's also, because we do everything very visibly, it creates an effect of others being able to support people that they know in their networks or that they see online. So that's Twitter. And then Facebook is much more personal and general public that are more likely to have been directly affected, more likely to be looking for support than they're supporting other people. So it's a stronger peer support network, and it's the place that we have the most direct contact with people that are seeking support and guidance.
All right. And through the online infrastructure that you'd established, you'd seek to provide information to persons affected. That's the case, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
I'll elaborate on that in a moment. Very briefly, at subparagraph 27.2 of your statement, you say that you're the owner of the infrastructure of the website and the social media pages. What do you mean by that?
I hold the account, so the account's connected to my email contact details.
Okay. All right. And you had some oversight as to the content of what went on those platforms, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
All right. I'm now going to ask you some questions in relation to how affected persons might access the information presented on the online platforms. And so let's take an example affected person. Say our affected person receives a debt notice from the agency. Say it's 2017 and the debt's Robodebt. How could our affected person have accessed your website?
So the website's public and publicly accessible, so they could find it using a searching and then find it. And then when they found the site, there's a help page, links to the social media platforms and other information about Robodebt, and also a section of stories for other people that have been affected.
Could the following document please be brought up by the operator? It's Exhibit 3307. Ms Jackson, this is a screenshot of a page on the Not My Debt website titled About This Website as it existed in January of 2017. So our affected person accesses the website homepage, is it the case that he could have accessed this About page?
Yes.
I just propose to briefly highlight a few parts of this About page. You say that this site is an attempt to provide information and options and to be a gathering place for individual stories and community response to what many feel is a confusing and unjust process. You go on to say, please use the information on the site at your discretion. It's intended to be an informative nature and not a substitute for independent legal advice. So is it the case that the intention underpinning the Not My Debt platform was not to provide legal advice, but to provide more generalised advice that people could use at their discretion? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain that?
We were not in a position to provide legal advice, so we did not want to represent or misrepresent ourselves or misrepresent what we were able to do. What we were able to do was work with organisations or direct people to organisations when they did need legal advice. So we did that. We would direct people to Victoria Legal Aid, particularly early on, were very supportive of Robodebt and of creating support networks or creating support information for people. So were many of the other community legal centres and legal aid organisations, but their funding capacity was an issue and the sheer volume of people was an issue as well. So we worked to fill a gap of assisting people to self-navigate through this, because we didn't believe that the legal organisations were going to be able to provide support to everyone affected, nor should they really.
All right. So having read this About page, say our affected person is satisfied that Not My Debt is concerned with situations like his, and he now wants further information and advice about how he should respond to the debt notice. Were there resources on the website that dealt with this issue?
Yes, yes.
Could Exhibit 3302 be called out by the operator, please? So this is a screenshot of a page on the Not My Debt website titled Help, as it existed in January of 2017. And you'll see there the page has a number of steps that people can take in responding to debt notices. And those steps include submitting your documentation online, appealing decisions, and other things. Do you know who generated the content on this page?
We generated it, so Amy would have edited it and pulled it together, and I would have assisted in writing some of it, and as a group we wrote it as we understood the steps and started to piece them together.
So this particular page deals with responding to debt notices. To your knowledge, were there other help pages that dealt with any other subject matter, particularly on the website?
Yes, so we also had a page for freedom of information, so that people could lodge a freedom of information request. And then as other things started to happen over time, such as the Senate inquiry and the Senate estimates process, we would also add help pages about those sorts of things as well.
All right. So our affected person has accessed the website and he's read through the About page and the Help pages, but he wants further information. Where could he have gone from the website?
The primary spot was the Facebook page, and probably at that point, most people would have used this to start engaging in the process, but the process wasn't clear. So they would come to Facebook and then contact us directly through Facebook, either respond to a post.
I'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
You recall the About page that we looked at earlier had links to the Facebook page and the Twitter page. Could they have accessed those platforms independently of the website?
Yes.
Could Exhibit 3286 please be called out by the operator? So, Ms Jackson, this is a screenshot of a post on the Not My Debt Facebook page, and it's dated the 12 of August of 2017. Am I right in saying that that was the public-facing Facebook page?
Yes, that's correct.
And this post describes steps that persons can take to challenge debts. And there's specific reference to asking for what's referred to as an authorised review officer. There's also specific reference to asking for ADEX debt schedules and multi-cals. The freedom of information requests are referred to, and also contacting your MP. To what extent were you involved in drafting posts such as this?
We, to some extent, like the three of us all created this content. A lot of it started off as discussions within the Slack administrative channel, and then through that we would talk through, or we would type out what content we were creating.
So you did have some involvement.
Yes, yeah.
And the post, as I mentioned earlier, the post advises users to ask the agency for what's referred to as ADEX and multi-cal. It also advises users to request reviews by an authorised review officer. How did you come to know about those things?
We came to know it through people telling us and sharing their stories. That information, the only way we found out was through people showing us their information. So either when we had people that would get their freedom information bundles, they'd be 200 pages, and then they'd come to us and ask us, what am I supposed to be looking at? Through that, we learnt the key documents that had that information or that had insight into that information, so we could help to point that. And then things like the authorised review officer, again, we learnt that that was the language that you had to be very specific about, because people would come to us, particularly through Facebook, and say, I've tried to phone and I've asked for a review, and those reviews weren't getting anywhere. So we could see the patterns in how people were treated and how effectively or ineffectively they navigated through the system. And then we learnt what it was that was effective, the methods that were effective, in a system that continually changed as well. So it did become very hard to keep up with the changes.
And can you describe the importance? So this particular post deals with effectively challenging debts. Why was it important to provide affected persons with information such as this?
People generally knew, or at the very least felt, that they had that they didn't have a debt, that they had done everything correctly at the time many years earlier. There was often a feeling that the debt had come from the government, so it had to be correct, yet people had been meticulous. This is their income and their livelihood. And so there was also a lot of anxiety and stress around, do I owe this debt? How do I get to the bottom of it? How do I resolve it? The other complications and things that were happening in their lives were compounding. They might have been already being contacted by debt collectors. They might have been told, some people were told that they weren't allowed to travel overseas if they had a debt. And there were a range of different notices that were going out at the time. One had the Australian Federal Police logo on it. So there was a lot of fear and concern from the community.
All right. The post makes reference to freedom of information applications or requests. Could our affected person have accessed further information in relation to FOI requests?
Yes, there was a template that was put together that people could use to email their requests through.
Could Exhibit 3280 be shown by the operator? So this is a screenshot of a further post on the Facebook page dated the 11th of June of 2018. What was the importance of providing information in relation to FOI applications to affected persons?
People weren't getting information from the department, so they weren't getting documents with any sort of calculation or information that they could sort through. Letting people know that they had a right to a freedom of information request and that you can get information from government departments was part of it. Having those documents, having that freedom of information request came through because even though people would be overwhelmed with the volume, generally there was the information in it that we could assist in figuring out how the debt had been calculated. It also worked as a strategy to put a cost back onto the department this is a hidden cost. You know, if they weren't going to provide information directly to people, this was a way that people could go about getting it themselves.
All right. And again, did you have any involvement in preparing that post?
Yes, I may not have written this post. Amy, I would suggest, wrote this post, but I had involvement in, particularly around this sort of information and our Freedom Information page, we referred to other organisations to have them review that content to make sure that what we were publishing for people was appropriate and correct.
All right. All right, so say our affected person uses that information and say our affected person receives a letter indicating that he would receive a refund in 2020, for example, and our affected person needs some further information in relation to the refund process. Was there information on the Not My Debt online platforms relating to that?
Yes.
Could Exhibit 3287 be shown by the operator? All right, so this is a screenshot of a post on the Not My Debt Facebook page dated 29 May of 2020, and it contains information regarding what's referred to as the Robodebt refund. It's the case, isn't it, that this post is referring to a process that commenced in 2020 where refunds were made by the agency of amounts paid by recipients to service robodebts. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And who generated this post?
That would have been and Amy together.
All right. So you had no direct involvement in
The area that I had involvement in, so we would use.
I'm just interested in this particular.
The communication around it, yes. Okay. So we had internal discussions about, okay, what's our response going to be? What information do we know? What sort of information should we be putting out publicly? So I was involved in those conversations.
All right. And so can you describe briefly the role that Not My Debt had in assisting persons affected in accessing their refunds?
Really to provide either information through these posts or responses to comments. Kay in particular would provide more direct information or more direct messaging to people that ask direct inquiries. So that's how we convey that information.
All right. So again, back to our affected person. Say our affected person received a letter indicating that he was eligible to be a group member in the class action that commenced in 2019. Was there information on the Not My Debt platforms that could have assisted him with that?
Yes, we had some information. We had some interactions with Gordon Legal early, initially.
And just to stop you there, Gordon Legal being the
legal organisation.
Law firm engaged to act on behalf of the applicants in the class action, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. So initially we had some contact with them. I think I spoke to them on the phone maybe twice, and Kay provided them with information and did a small piece of work that I believe was unpaid. And so we provided assistance with what we knew and gained insight. Material that we put together after or as their process went through was based on what people were telling us that their experiences were. So we were still responsive to community telling us what the changes were or how these processes were working or what letters were being sent out. They'd share them with us.
All right. So you I'll take you quickly to Exhibit 3298. So very briefly, this is a screenshot of a post on the Not My Debt Facebook page dated 18 August 2022, and it deals with information regarding the class action. And you've indicated that you had engaged in communications with Gordon Legal in relating to that class action. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So would there have been any way for our affected person to have heard stories from other affected people who'd had robodebts raised against them?
Yes, that was the key. That ended up being the key function of the website. So the website had an anonymous form that people could put in, and that asked a series of questions such as the amount of their debt, whether or not it had gone to a debt collection agency, the time frame that the debt applied to. Then we also asked a question around how the debt was affecting them and how it made them feel about the government.
All right. Could Exhibit 3291 be shown by the operator, please? So again, this is a screenshot of a post on the Facebook page dated 13 December of 2022. Can you briefly describe to the Commission what is being conveyed by this post?
Yes, so this is a reasonably common example of the type of content that we would get. Well, very common. It's talking about the distress to the person, the impact of that cost on their payment, on their budget, what that means as far as what they're then having to give up.
Sorry, Ms Jackson, just to interrupt you. So this is a story that's been provided to Robodebt, to Not My Debt rather,
Yep.
From an affected person, is that right?
Yes, exactly. Because people provided us with anonymous stories, we would then take those and sometimes we took screenshots and shared that on Twitter, or took them and put them on Facebook so that we could extend our reach.
And were you personally involved in the procurement of these stories?
Yes, so I was involved in moderating and publishing them on the website, and then also turning them into social media content across our platforms.
You touched on this earlier, but I'm interested in the purpose of having these stories published on the Not My Debt online platforms. Can you speak to that?
Yes, so in the first instance, it was really so that people could feel heard, and they could express how the Robodebt policy was affecting them. That was really important. It was also important from a peer support point of view, so that people knew that they weren't alone, because this was really stressful for people. Debt and Centrelink issues are not something that people are often comfortable talking about publicly. It also gave us information on what was happening, what people's direct experiences were. That assisted us to be able to advocate better, whether it was to organisations or in the Senate or the political processes that were set up, to be able to advocate to different politicians, for example. So it ended up being a really important function of what the website provided.
All right, so the advice and the information on the online platforms of Not My Debt that we've explored so far has touched upon a number of areas, including responding to debt notices, debt reviews, refunds, the class action, FOI applications. Was there anything else that was dealt with in the subject matter of this advice and information that was published by Not My Debt?
I mean, really, anything that related was what we would put on the website. So the Senate inquiry, and assisting people to submit to the Senate inquiry, that went up there as well. On the Facebook pages, that medium allows you to be a lot more responsive. So we could put up things about trends that we were seeing. At a certain point, people started to have freedom information requests refused or information sent back to them. So we could respond with updated strategies as well.
So it was really an organic exercise in responding to things as they arose.
Very much so. There was so much confusion around what was happening. There were changes that were happening, even from a technical point of view in the online platform, the Centrelink platform. Content would change. The interface that people were interacting with would change. Tabs where people had to look would change. There was a continual changing of process and what people were being told and experiencing.
All right. I want to take you to one final post on an online platform. On the About page that we discussed earlier, you might recall that there was also a link to the Not My Debt Twitter platform. Could our affected person have accessed that platform?
Yes.
Could Exhibit 3275 be shown by the operator? All right, so this is a screenshot of a tweet on the Not My Debt Twitter account, dated 19 September 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it concerns again, the ADEX documents and multical documents. Do you recall who was involved in generating this tweet and other tweets on behalf of Not My Debt?
Yes, so initially for at least the first year or so, I was the primary person that was tweeting, and then Amy Patterson and I were both tweeting, and then she took over. This is a common tweet that we would have put out, so we probably put this out numerous times.
And you've described, I won't take you over the information that was typically presented by over Twitter. You've already explained that, but is it the case that Twitter was more of a platform for social and political commentary by Not My Debt?
Yes, that's fair.
And how did the social and political commentary assist Not My Debt in achieving its objectives, those objectives that you described earlier?
It assisted us with reach, which was something. It assisted us in making things so public so that other people could provide support, and other organisations, journalists, members of parliament could watch a unfolding and public conversation. We could interact directly with different groups, legal individuals that were also on Twitter. Really, it kept a very public and visible conversation, helped us to get information out, but it was also really critical for us to, as far as building our understanding. The things that we were able to put on the website, Freedom Information is a good example. We didn't know that, but the organisations and the individuals that we were talking to on Twitter told us that information.
All right. All right, so our affected person has seen the information on the website. He's also seen the information on the Facebook and Twitter pages. You mentioned before that there were ways through which affected people could get individual advice from the administrators of the Not My Debt online platforms. Is that the case?
Yes.
And what kind of advice was provided to individuals through that face-to-face interaction?
So people could send direct messages, so they were direct one-to-one messages that would go into the administrator mailbox. Initially, I and Amy would respond to those. Over time, Kay was the primary person that was responding to that information, but people were able to just send a message and either ask a question or ask for advice or tell us the point at which they'd gotten to in the process, and either check to see if that was normal or correct, or ask what do they do next.
All right, so I'm particularly interested in the subject matter of the things you were asked about. Can you speak to that?
Yes. We heard from the previous witness around just how confusing the process was. People would phone Centrelink, and some people would just get nowhere, or they would spend hours on the phone, multiple phone calls, and still not have any sort of resolution. So initially in the early days, a lot of it was firstly just talking to people that were distressed. So people were being contacted by debt collectors. They were facing homelessness. They were worried that they were going to get in trouble and lose their kids. They were worried that about their food and their budget. It was so intense. People were really under stress and distressed.
So it was primarily directed at how affected people would go about responding to debts and their communications with Centrelink, is that right?
Yeah, so firstly just consoling people and verifying, letting them know that they weren't alone, and then what were the practical steps that they could do so that people could self-manage through the process.
All right. Well, I think we're done with our affected person. I'm going to ask you some questions now about demographics and the scale of the scheme from your point of view. Do you know how many persons have accessed the Not My Debt online platforms?
We haven't needed to create like reports and monitor metrics, but thousands. And that's been reasonably consistent. Initially, we were looking at that information and we could see that there's always spikes around an event that happens, but the reach has been thousands and thousands.
And how do you know that? Do you know that because of the amount of requests for advice that you've received, or how do you know it's in the thousands?
There's a few different ways. So one is the number of followers that we have across those platforms. They add up to the thousands. We do have analytics in the website, and we were looking at that initially. There is also data and information through Twitter and Facebook that give you an idea of reach and some statistics on reach. And then, the volume of comments and people that have come back to us directly adds up.
So, Ms. Jackson, can you describe the demographics or the kinds of person who, in your experience, would contact Not My Debt?
A lot of people were women. Like that's probably the easiest sort of demographic to describe, because a lot of women end up having to manage these sorts of, like, manage Centrelink and manage the budget. So we would find that, and their parents, and they're making sure that payments are coming through, or they were asked on behalf of either their partner or of relative or parent to help to navigate through the system. The other people were really quite varied. So we had people that were still on Centrelink, that were struggling with housing, homelessness issues, how to afford food, having mental health issues, or having or disability, aged care. So we would hear from people like that, but we would also hear from a lot of people that had a lot of agency. They had been at university years before. That's why the debt was triggered, and now they were professionals working in professional jobs and were still really finding it hard to navigate through.
So, based on what you've just said, in your experience, information was being sought from Not My Debt by a wide array of persons from different walks of life. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Given your evidence in this regard, what did your dealings with affected persons through Not My Debt tell you about the scale of the scheme and its impact, being the Robodebt scheme?
Just that the scale was broad and the impact was terrible. It amounted to hours, months, years of distress for people. It was relentless and hidden. It wasn't. Providing support was really difficult because people are under huge amounts of stress. We were doing our best to provide information as clearly as possible. Things kept changing, and it's part of the reason why I stepped back, because by the time we got to 2020, the information to assist people through the processes such as AAT, for example, became so complex that Kay was really the only person that had the ability to help people navigate through that. It was overwhelming for me, and there's just no way that I could speak to the detailed and intricate changes that were happening in the system in order to be able to support people.
All right. You've touched upon, at the beginning of your evidence, some social advocacy that you engaged in in your capacity as the spokesperson of Not My Debt. And your evidence was that you'd appeared in the media on a number of occasions, and that you engaged in interactions with other organisations concerned with robodebts. Why did you consider the social advocacy aspect of Not My Debt to be important?
That because this was a system and a structural issue that was clearly happening within government, and that needs a whole of community collective response. I'd also had become the chair of Electronic Frontiers Australia, which is a digital rights organisation. So I had the ability to be able to provide technical influence or insight into what we were seeing was the impact of technology, the impact of data matching, the impact of automation on the system within Centrelink, but we also see it more broadly in other systems and programs that are still being run by the government as well.
It's the case that is it the case that the social advocacy component of Not My Debt's functions were directed at achieving some sort of change, and that is as distinct from providing affected persons with information and advice, is that right?
Yes, we had to do both because people were in distress and Centrelink were not supporting them. They were not going to get information or get correct information because Centrelink were denying that this was an issue. Other organisations didn't have the capacity to respond, but we had a group of volunteers and we were willing and able to. So yes, we were able to do that. And then from a broader advocacy point of view, stopping the Robodebt scheme, but also we are still, the department and other government departments are still implementing the same sort of applications of technology and data matching in the same political climate and ethos, which is problematic.
All right. Now, I understand that Not My Debt made submissions to Senate inquiries in 2017 and 2019. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Without going into the details of those submissions, the Senate process or the outcomes of the Senate process, can you describe the amount of work that was involved in preparing those submissions?
Writing the submissions was a huge amount of work, and it took a toll on the volunteers that were writing it at the time because we knew so much, and it's so hard to condense what we had experienced and the information that had been entrusted to us. People are telling us their stories and telling us their experiences, so there was a lot of responsibility to make sure that we captured that appropriately so that it could feed into really the only mechanisms that seem to exist to stop the scheme, because pointing out that the public was struggling with this and that these debts just didn't seem to be legitimate at all wasn't enough to stop the department. So we had to engage in the processes that were occurring around that, and that was through us engaging, but also supporting the public to engage, because these are processes that they have every right to participate in.
All right. At subparagraph 10A of your statement, Ms. Jackson, you say that you did not have any involvement in court proceedings or legal matters in relation to the Robodebt scheme. Is that right?
I had forgotten that I provided a statement for a Freedom of Information request that was made by Justin Warren to ask the department, to request from the department that they provide the algorithm, the technical nature of what the technical information of the data matching that occurred and also the business case behind it. It's a good example of the work that others were doing in the community independently because they saw it as important, but that we or I could feed into and support.
All right, and I understand that you made that statement it's dated the 4th of June of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it concerns an AAT proceeding relating to, as you discussed, an FOI application. I won't take you any further through that. I only have a couple of further questions, Ms. Jackson. You've given evidence in relation to the objectives of Not My Debt. Do you think that Not My Debt's been successful in achieving those objectives?
We've been highly successful. I think if it wasn't for the people that shared their stories, the tenacity and longevity of the volunteers, but also the broader community of people that are hidden from this, that kept the conversation going on Twitter and Facebook and kept support going, I wonder at what point this would have fizzled out and people would have kept on being affected, but it just wouldn't have reached these same stages of scrutiny that we've received. Now, I'd like to think that it still would have, but absolutely, I believe that we played a role in just keeping the public awareness up, the public interest up, the support to show that that the integrity of these systems are important, that the integrity of Centrelink's important, that it's a valued part of Australian society and who we are.
Could subparagraph 7B of Ms. Jackson's statement please be called out by the operator? It's exhibit 3265. You say at one point in subparagraph B that this was an extremely large and difficult task for a small number of, small group of core volunteers to handle without financial or political support, especially as we also had other demands on our time, such as children, education, jobs, and personal life events. Ms. Jackson, how much of a commitment has your involvement in Not My Debt been to you in a personal sense?
Particularly in the first year, it was, I would say, a full-time commitment, probably 2 years, and full-time whenever an event happened, like a Senate inquiry. It's been ongoing. There's anytime I've been needed, I've contributed back. Anytime the other volunteers have needed support, then I've stayed involved. So, I mean, hundreds of hours.
And do you have children?
Yes, I have 2 children.
And was it difficult to balance your personal and professional commitments? Your personal and professional commitments with your Not My Debt commitments?
Yes, at times it was a sacrifice. But I think as a mother, it's also important to role model to my children the change that I want to see in the world, and that people can have an influence on that. So it's meaningful work.
And has your involvement in the Not My Debt organisation and your interactions with the Robodebt scheme, has that affected you personally?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, initially I was very naive and thought that if we created a bit of a groundswell of what was happening, pointed out the impact and that there was a problem here, that would be enough for the department to to stop what they were doing, or to realise that they'd made a mistake, and that there was this technical data matching that was never going to work. And then I learnt that there was a lot of other factors that are at play with something like this, and that's why we get the longevity of it. So, and I talked to, so yeah, so that this is a systemic issue. Now I understand more, being involved in digital rights and the relationship between technology, human rights, how cautious we need to be when we do adopt technology or we do adopt data matching. It gives us the opportunity to do things at scale, and those can be beneficial, but those can also be incredibly harmful. And we don't seem to, Not My Debt has shown that within Centrelink, for example, there isn't the processes and the mechanisms to stop a system that's automated once it starts to cause large-scale harm.
So, Ms Jackson, this was a massive undertaking, correct?
Yes.
And you've described how this was an undertaking that you took on not because it affected you personally, but because you felt that it was an important issue. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's the case, isn't it, that you weren't paid for your work? You've mentioned before that you weren't paid for this work. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, not at all, no.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Ms Hogan-Doran?
I have no questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Right. Do you want Ms Jackson excused?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Ms Jackson, thanks very much for your time, added to many hours' worth of time over the years. You're excused.
Okay, thank you.
Mr Freeburn?
Commissioner, I call Mr Ricky Ake.
Now, Mr Ake, you've probably seen me ask other people, would you prefer to take an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your answer. Oath? Oh, okay, thank you.
Please place your right hand on the Bible, and your response will be, I do. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, Mr Ake. Take a seat.
Thank you.
Mr Ake, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Ricky David Ake.
Did you prepare a statement in preparation for giving evidence in this Royal Commission dated 15 January 2023?
Yes, I did.
In the preparation of your statement, did you have regard to a range of documents provided by Services Australia?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have regard to documents produced by a company named ARL Collect Podiatry Limited?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement of Mr Ake and a number of related documents, including NTG 0101 to Services Australia and NTG 0153 to ARL Collect Podiatry Limited, the responses to those notices and a number of attachments.
All right, so that's 3350 through to 3354?
I understand it to be 3321 to 3354.
I've got an updated list. I'm not sure if yours is.
Commissioner, the list I have is Mr Ake's statement commences at 3321 and the Services Australia material.
Sorry, I might have started at the wrong point.
That's it.
Okay. You're right about 3321, and are you going to 3354, is that right?
Yes, that's
right. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits then, thank you.
Mr Ake, you're currently 61 years of age, is that right?
That's right.
And you're currently living in Mount Gambier in the state of Victoria, is that correct?
South Australia.
South Australia, sorry, yes. And when did you move to Mount Gambier?
Approximately a year ago.
All right. And where were you living prior to your transition to Mount Gambier?
I was living in Chetwynd, Victoria.
All right. I understand that you lived in a place named Chetwynd for a period of time.
Yes, I was there for approximately 20 years.
And when did you start living in Chetwynd? What year did you start living in Chetwynd?
Towards the end of 2002.
All right. Mr Ake, can you describe Chetwynd to the Commission as an area?
A remote settlement, it's our community, I guess. There's no services there except the town hall and a public phone box. It's majority bush blocks and farming.
And would you describe Chetwynd as a remote place?
Very remote, yes.
What's the nearest big town, Mr Ake?
Nearest significant town would be Casterton. It's approximately 45 kilometres away.
Okay, thanks.
Do you recall how many people, or approximately how many people, lived in Chetwynd whilst you were living there?
Around 100, I think.
You briefly touched upon the kinds of services that were available in Chetwynd. Can you describe, can you expand on that? Were there shops located in Chetwynd?
No, there was nothing at all.
All right.
Just our town hall, that was about it.
Was there a bank,
No banks, no shops, nothing.
post office,
No,
a Centrelink office?
no.
How far away were some of these services? As in, how far would you have to travel to access these services?
Around 45 kilometres for a bank, or around 35 kilometres for shops, supermarkets, post office, things like that.
Mr Ake, in your statement you describe your property in Chetwynd as a bush block. What does that mean?
Sorry, what?
You describe in your statement your property in Chetwynd as being a bush block. What does that mean?
It means it's heavily timbered. There's only clearing for a house. I have a dam as well.
And how large is your property approximately?
40 acres.
Okay.
No power or services or anything.
And how far away, so you mentioned how far away would your nearest neighbour have been from your property?
Approximately a kilometre.
Okay. So needless to say, it was isolated.
Yes.
Were you living alone during your time in Chetwynd?
Yes, I was.
Did you enjoy living alone?
I did. I enjoyed the peace and quiet. It was a little bit lonely at times, but always found something to do or somebody to talk to.
And Mr Ake, why did you move to such an isolated area?
I was promised a job not very far from there. So I sold my place in the city and moved up there, bought that place. The day I went to start the job, it had fallen through.
And were you seeking some change in lifestyle, or was it simply for the job?
Yeah, because I'd moved around a lot and spent a lot of time in the country, I wanted to be out of the city and back into the country areas.
Oh. So you've described the isolation of your living situation. How did that affect your life in a practical sense, as in, what did it mean for you?
Apart from finding it hard to obtain work, it wasn't overly bad at the time. Having to live off what savings I had made it a little bit harder, but it was okay. I had contact with local community members.
And you've described how you would have to travel to access services and infrastructure that wasn't located in Chetwynd. Is that right?
Yes.
Was
Had
that
to drive
expensive?
into towns for any services.
And was that expensive?
Wasn't cheap. Running the car into town, and being smaller towns, prices are a bit higher than city areas.
Were you using a generator on your property? And
Yes, initially I was, and then I slowly built up a solar system.
oh, okay. And what about internet access? Did you have that?
It took about 12 months, and I eventually got the NBN in there, satellite NBN.
Okay, thank you.
And for the duration of your time in Chetwynd, Mr. Ake, in what industries did you primarily work?
Farming and truck driving.
All right. And did you enjoy that work?
Very much, yes.
In relation to the truck driving, what attracted you to truck driving?
I'd been interested in trucks ever since I was a kid, and I always thought that's what I wanted to do. So, as soon as I could, I obtained a truck licence and started driving.
Given the remoteness of Chetwynd, was it hard to find work?
Yes, it was. There was only very seasonal work around, short-term seasonal.
What do people do around Chetwynd? What's the main form of
It's
farming?
primarily a farming area.
What kind of farming?
Primary producers,
What kind of farming?
cropping and sheep and cattle.
So you mentioned that the work was seasonal. What do you mean by that?
Well, you had your times when your crops were in season for harvesting. That probably lasted anywhere between 1 and 3 months.
So did you drive a grain truck, or what were you doing?
Yes, grain trucks. Yes. The sheep, well, you had your lambing season. Same with the cattle, you had calving season.
And given these, you've explained that it was difficult on occasion to find work in Chetwynd. Did you experience periods of unemployment?
Yes, I did.
And what were those periods like for you?
It could be anything up to 6 months unemployment. So I had to rely on what savings I had earned and top-ups from Centrelink.
All right. Mr. Ake, can I draw your attention to the period 2014 to 2016? You were living in Chetwynd during that period, is that the case?
Yes.
Could Exhibit 3321 be brought up by the operator, please? And could paragraph 11 please be called out? This is Mr Ake's statement. So in that paragraph 11, Mr Ake, you outline some employment in which you engaged during the 2014 to 2016 period. You say that in the period 8 August 2014 to 30 June 2015, you worked for an entity named Snodgrass Canada. Was that the case?
Yes.
You also say that in the period 1 July 2015 to 30 June 2016, you worked for a business named Snodgrass Nominees Black Range. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And finally, you say that in the period 1 April 2016 to 30 June 2016, you were under the employ of an entity named Merit Potato Contractors Podiatry Limited. Was that the case?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask initially some questions in relation to the Snodgrass employers. Was there some relationship between Snodgrass Canada and Snodgrass Black Range?
Yes, same family.
Can you elaborate on that?
The father owned the Canada part of the farm and the son owned the Black Range part.
All right, so what was the business of both Snodgrass employers, as in what was the subject matter of their business?
Mixed farming and firewood production.
All right, so I understand that the Snodgrass Canada was the entity that involved farming work,
Yes,
and Black Range involved firewood. Is that right?
that's right.
Can you describe? So we've spoken about generally what the work that those in businesses engaged in. Can you describe the role that you personally engaged in? We'll start with Snodgrass Canada during the relevant period.
I was helping out on the farm with the crops and the animal work, operating machinery and repairing farm equipment.
All right. And you say in your statement that it was a mixed farm. What does that mean?
It was majority of the work was animal work, it was sheep and cattle. When the seasons came around, it was time to plant the crops and then harvest them when they were ready.
All right. What about Snodgrass Black Range? What did your work with that entity
My
involve?
work there was harvesting trees, cutting them into firewood and loading them into trucks.
And would you drive the trucks?
No, I was just operating the forestry equipment.
Mr Freeburn, it's 1 o'clock, but I'm happy to keep on if you would like to keep going.
Commissioner, now might be a convenient time to...
All right. I'm a bit concerned about time, so shall we start at 2?
Yes, I think that would be convenient.
All right. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. So we're going to take the lunch break. Mr Ake, I'm sorry to interrupt you mid-flight, but we'll get you back at 2. Thanks.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2 p.m. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Ms Freeman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Ake, before the break, you were describing the nature of your work with both Snodgrass employers and Merit. Do you recall whether you were employed by those employers on a casual or permanent basis?
Yes, it was casual, varied hours.
All right. And can you describe your income that you earned from your employment with those three employers?
Well, the first two was $19 an hour, anywhere from 1 to 3 days a week.
All right.
The third employer, Merit, was, oh sorry, I mixed that up, 25 an hour for the farm work. Second one was 19 an hour, and that was anywhere from 3 to 5 days a week.
All right. And that was the case in that 2014 to 2016 period that I drew your attention to before the break?
Yes.
And were your hours of work with those employers variable, or were they consistent?
Very much variable. Could be 3 days one week and nothing the next, or maybe just 1 week, 1 day the next week.
So I take it from your answer to that question that your income from those employers was also variable?
Yes, very much.
Mr Ake, can you describe, so you've described what your financial position was like in that 2010 to 2011 period. Can you explain your financial situation in the 2014 to 2016 period?
Very minimal income for the times that I didn't have work. Had a mortgage at the time. I had medical expenses because I've been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Council rates, fuel for the generator, gas bottles. So I was pretty much struggling just to stay afloat.
And do you recall whether you were accessing Centrelink benefits during that period?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those benefits that you were accessing?
Assisted New Start.
All right. And given how you've described your financial situation in that period, what would life have been like without your New Start payments?
I wouldn't have survived. Wouldn't have been able to afford to maintain a property and buy food and other stuff.
And Mr Ake, whilst you were accessing New Start allowance or New Start, did you understand that you were under any obligations in relation to income reporting?
Yes, I was required to report my income fortnightly via the Centrelink app.
And to the best of your recollection, do you believe that you discharged your reporting obligations?
I did. There was a few times I remember that I'd forgotten to report. So the following fortnight I reported that income as well by backdating it to that period.
All right. Mr Ake, in paragraphs 24 to 27 of your statement, you describe receiving two, what I'll refer to as initial notices from the agency. The first was dated 25 November 2016, and the second was dated 12 June 2017. And you describe in your statement how, by those notices, the agency had indicated to you that there was some discrepancy between annual income information received from the Australian Taxation Office and earnings that you declared to the agency. For present purpose, firstly, do you recall receiving both of those initial notices?
Yes, I do.
For present purposes, I only propose to take you to the second of those notices. Could Exhibit 3323 please be brought up by the operator? Now, Mr. Ake, this is a letter dated 12 June 2017, addressed to you by the agency. Do you recognise this document?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall receiving it at some point in June of 2017?
I do.
I'm interested in the agency's statement in that letter that, quote, the employment dates or income details are different to what you told us when getting a payment. And that is, the agency, again, had identified a discrepancy between what you'd reported and the ATO information, annual information, that the agency had received. Given your early evidence in relation to the accuracy of your income reporting, did you have any understanding as to the basis upon which the agency had identified the discrepancy?
No, I didn't.
What did you think had happened?
I thought there could have possibly been a glitch in the Centrelink system where either my reporting for the period, certain periods didn't go through, or that the computer system hadn't picked it up properly.
You see that initial letter asked you to confirm or update your income information within 28 days of receiving the letter. Did you do that?
No, I attempted to contact Centrelink twice in one day and got left on hold for, well, the first time for over an hour, the second time, I don't know the time period, but it came up to about 5 o'clock and the phone call was just cut off.
And what was the purpose of you attempting to contact Centrelink in that instance?
I wanted more information on why there was a debt, how it came about.
I won't take you to this paragraph, Mr. Ake, but at one point, at paragraph 32 of your statement, you say that you thought that Centrelink resolved the error on its own accord. Why did you think that?
After not being able to contact them, I thought, well, there's an error and eventually they'll find the error and correct it. Because I was 99% sure I'd reported all my income.
Could the following document please be called out by the operator? It's Exhibit 3326. Now, Mr. Ake, this is a letter dated 15 November 2018, and it's addressed to you by the agency. And the letter states, we recently wrote to you asking you to confirm or update the employment information we have from the Australian Taxation Office. We sent you a number of reminders and asked you to call us if you needed more time or help with the request. As we did not hear from you, we have applied the employment dates and income from the ATO to your record. This has resulted in a debt of $5,254.53. What was your reaction to, firstly, do you recognise this document?
I do, yes.
And do you recall receiving this letter at some point in November of 2018?
Yes, both in the mail and online.
And what was your reaction to becoming aware of the debt?
It was a very big shock, especially the amount. I pretty much knew that I couldn't have made any mistakes to that amount, anywhere near that amount.
And did you feel at the time the debt was raised that you could afford to service the debt?
Sorry,
At the time the debt was raised, did you feel you could afford to pay off the debt?
no, not a chance. Every cent of income I was getting was going out. Just to be able to live, survive.
Were you working at the time? That is in November of 2018?
Yes, I was. I was driving trucks.
And at the time of the debt notice, did you have any understanding as to how the agency had reached that $5,254 figure?
No, I hadn't.
Mr. Ake, what, if any, effect did the raising of the debt have on your mental health?
Quite a bit. It was hard to sleep, hard to concentrate on work. Always thinking about the debt and driving past the road I should have turned into.
What about this?
Didn't feel like eating much. Didn't want to socialise. Just didn't want contact with anybody.
Could paragraph 41 of Mr. Ake's statement please be shown by the operator? It's exhibit 3321. So, Mr. Ake, you say in that paragraph, or do you describe the impact that the raising of the debt had on you? And at one point you state, I remember there were times at work that I would drive my truck past turnoffs because I was thinking about the debt. Can you explain in a bit more detail those instances?
It was generally I'd be concentrating on driving and then the debt would come back and I would be worrying about how it came about, how I would pay it if it turned out to be legitimate. Not thinking of where I'm supposed to be going. So I'd just drive past and then I'd think, oh, I was supposed to turn there. So I'd have to go further up the road or take the next road and come back around.
And did that happen on a number of occasions?
A few occasions, yes.
You also say in your statement that you recall feeling depressed. Can you elaborate on that, Mr. Ake?
Depression to a point where I just wanted to be left alone. I didn't see any way out of this, out of the debt, or how to talk to anyone about it.
And would it be fair to say that you had a limited support network?
Yes, very limited.
Mr. Ake, I understand from your statement that you engaged in a number of telephone conversations with representatives of the agency and also ARL Collect Podiatry Limited,
Yes.
being the debt collector. And is it the case that you've had an opportunity to listen to call recordings provided by Services Australia and ARL?
Yes, I have.
And you've just transcribed in your statement at various paragraphs some of the statements that were made in the course of those telephone calls. Could paragraph 52 of Mr. Ake's statement be shown by the operator? Mr. Ake, you refer in that paragraph to a telephone call that you say you had with a representative of the agency on the 14th of January of 2019, that is after the debt had been raised. And in subparagraph C, says the representative stated to you, quote, "Because we haven't got information to prove that what you reported was correct, we've now split it evenly across the board." The representative goes on to say, "You could either supply the bank statements or pay slips. We can reassess this for you with that information and see if it changes the outcome." Mr. Ake, do you recall that conversation? Do you have an independent recollection of that
Yes, I do.
conversation? And what did you understand to be the outcome of that conversation? What stemmed from that conversation?
I still wasn't 100% sure what it was about. I figured they'd taken the total amount and spread it across 12 months or 52 weeks, which wasn't going to be correct.
Were you being asked to do anything by the representative?
Yeah, I was being asked to supply either bank statements or pay slips.
And what did you understand the purpose of that to be?
I wasn't really sure why they wanted them. I figured just to compare them to what I'd reported.
And were you able to do it?
No, because I didn't get pay slips from two of the employers, and the third one I didn't have all the pay slips.
What about the bank statement and prospect?
I went to the bank, I asked about statements, and they told me it was going to cost $2 per page to print them out, which would have amounted to well over $100.
Mr. Ake, I want to take you back to this telephone conversation. I'm particularly interested in the statements described at subparagraph 52J. It indicates that you stated to the representative, oh sorry, I'll let that be called out on the screen. It's over the page. All right. It indicates that you stated to the representative, "I'll try and get into the bank tomorrow and have another go at them." And subsequently, the representative states to you, "It would be more accurate than what we've done now. We don't like doing this, putting the ATO match data. We'd rather have it accurate for your benefit." Do you, Mr. Ake, specifically recall the representative saying that to you at the time?
Yes.
What was your reaction to hearing that statement by the representative?
I still didn't really understand what they were asking. I knew like they wanted bank statements, but I didn't understand why they wanted them.
All right, and the reference to we'd rather have it accurate for your benefit, did that concern you?
At the time it didn't, because I was just not really understanding the whole process.
All right. So you've described in a bit of detail the steps that you took to obtain bank statements. And you described how you went to a bank. On how many occasions did you attend a bank branch to?
Twice.
Twice. And is it the case that ultimately it was too expensive for you to obtain those bank statements?
Yes. Even the second time at the bank, they said $2 per page. And if I then asked for just the printout of those periods, and they said it would take them a while to get it and it would still cost $2 per page.
How many pages did you estimate the bank statements were?
50 or more.
Mr Ake, if they were sending debt collectors after you, were you not on Centrelink anymore at this stage?
No, I wasn't in Centrelink when I got the debt notice.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So you ultimately weren't able to obtain bank statements. You touched upon pay slips, and is it the case that you mentioned that you weren't provided with pay slips from the Snodgrass employers, is that right?
That's right.
But you'd been provided with pay slips from Merit,
Yes.
correct? Did you seek to provide those pay slips from Merit to the agency at any point?
I did. I called, or tried to call again, being left on hold for hours on end. I was attempting to provide the ones I had and tell them that I didn't have them all. But I never got through again.
Right. Why did you not seek to obtain pay slips from Snodgrass? Or did you attempt to obtain pay slips from Snodgrass?
No, I didn't.
Why is that?
Because the family were very busy on their farm, and they were very good to me, treated me like family, so I didn't want to put any burden onto them to supply them.
All right. So how did you feel about the agency essentially putting the onus on you to obtain this information and provide it?
I didn't think it was right. It's, to me, it was like admitting to the police or giving evidence to the police to charge you with something you hadn't done. Make their job easier to prosecute you, basically.
Mr Ake, I understand that at a point in time you had contact from a company named ARL Collect Podiatry Limited. That is the debt collector, is that right?
That's right.
Could Exhibit 3329 please be called out? Now, Mr Ake, this is a letter dated 8 January 2019, addressed to you by ARL. The letter says, "We have been appointed to assist with the recovery of your outstanding debt of $5,254.53 owed to the Australian government arising from Centrelink payments." Under the heading Fail to Act, it says, you should be aware that the Department of Human Services may garnish you your wages, tax refunds, or other assets and income, including bank account, or refer this matter to their solicitors for legal action. They may also issue a departure prohibition order, which will prevent you from travelling overseas. It goes on. Mr. Ake, do you recognise this document?
I do, yes.
And did you receive this letter at some point in January of 2019?
Yes.
What was your reaction to receiving this letter from the debt collector?
I was angry, upset. More to the fact of the threats, well, not threats, I guess, that what would be done if I didn't pay them the money. And I tried to call ARL actually that day. I can't remember whether I got through or not to them.
And having read the contents of this letter from ARL, what did you think might happen if you failed to pay the debt?
I thought that I would probably have money taken out of my account or my tax return taken, which I relied on. Possibly my wages garnished.
And why was your tax return important?
I relied on that to survive in between seasons for work. So I might have 3 months where I didn't have any work, and that would cover that period.
I understand that you also received telephone calls from ARL. Is that right?
Yes.
And you transcribed some statements that were made in a telephone call dated the 10th of May of 2019 in paragraph 56 of your statement. I won't take you to that now, but how did just the fact that a debt collector was making contact with you, how did that make you feel in a general sense?
Worried. Very worried that they would come around and start taking stuff or start proceedings to take my house away or something like that.
Mr. Ake, in your statement you described dealings that you had with an organisation named Not My Debt in 2019.
Yes.
How did you find out about Not My Debt?
I was scrolling through Facebook and it popped up. I'd previously been on Google looking for something to do with the, best way I can describe it, the clawback of funds that the Morrison government had spoken about. Couldn't really find anything to benefit my side of the story. So I went to Facebook and I was scrolling through and this site, Not My Debt, popped up.
Right. And you describe in your statement how that was at some point in early 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
And so is it fair to say that you accessed the Not My Debt online platform through Facebook?
Yes.
Yes. And upon accessing the Facebook page, what did you understand the subject matter of Not My Debt to be?
Pretty much that it was about other people that obtained debts that they either knew or thought weren't right. And I'd read stories from other people and from admins saying that this isn't right, we need to do something about it.
And was it through Not My Debt that you first became aware of the concept of a Robodebt
Yes,
and the practice of income averaging?
yes.
Yes. Can you describe, Mr. Ake, the kinds of information that were conveyed through the Not My Debt Facebook page?
There was a lot to cover there, but it basically explained how the Robodebt worked and how we may be able to deal with it, assuming our debts were legitimate or illegitimate, sorry. And how to obtain more information about the debts, how it was calculated.
And so who provided this information and advice? Was it the administrators of the page?
Administrators were the main providers of information. Other people that were on the site were providing information that they'd found as well.
So there was information on the Facebook page. Were you able to access any information specific to your situation?
Yes, just by reading stories of other people. It sounded very similar.
All right. Mr. Ake, I understand that you engaged in some private messaging conversations with a person you refer to as an administrator of Not My Debt. And I won't ask you to identify that person this time. But is that right?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the advice that you received from the administrator?
I sent copies of the debt letters I got and asked if she thought that it was a Robodebt, because I wasn't 100% sure. She explained, yes, it looks like it is, and to obtain more information from Centrelink about it.
Could paragraphs 68 to 67 of Mr. Ake's statement please be brought up?
68 and 67?
All right, 68 to 70. Apologies. In that paragraph, in those paragraphs, Mr. Ake, you explain that the administrator advised you not to provide Centrelink the material that it had requested, that is, the bank statements and the pay slips. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did the administrator explain why or the basis for that advice?
She explained that Centrelink were putting reverse onus on people to supply information to prove there was a debt, rather than Centrelink proving a debt to us.
Right. And Mr. Ake, at paragraph 70, you say really that the administrator advised you to do three things. Firstly, that you ask Centrelink for a review of the debt by what's referred to as an ARO. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Secondly, that you asked Centrelink for the debt to be put on hold whilst that review took place.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And finally, that you asked Centrelink to provide what's referred to as an ADEX explaining the debt. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did the administrator explain the reasons as to why she was providing that advice to you?
Yes, it was to try and work out how the debt was calculated by what was called an ADEX, which I had no idea what it was. When and if I obtained it and I didn't understand it, to contact her again and she would look at it and advise me what to do from there.
And did you follow the administrator's advice?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain how you did that?
I contacted Centrelink, asked for a hold to be put on the debt, asked for an ARO review and a copy of the ADEX.
And did they provide those things to you?
No. No, they told me they couldn't put it on hold unless I gave them the information they wanted, because they said that they didn't have the information to supply me.
Right. Mr. Ake, at one point in your statement, you describe how Not My Debt became, quote, a lifeline for you. And then you also say that it became the most important source of information that you had. Why do you say that?
It was the only source of information that I could find without having to pay for a lawyer. Just about every story on there related to my situation, and the advice that people were giving and the admins were giving seemed like a legitimate source of information to use. And they pretty much were the only ones that understood it. Even now, people don't know what Robodebt is.
And Mr. Ake, did you ever pay any amounts to service your debt? As in,
Yes, I did. Made a payment arrangement with ARL to pay originally $15 a week. I think I paid about a bit over $20 the first payment, because they said they needed that to balance it. And then a few days later, I got a call from them saying 15 isn't enough, can pay 20. So I agreed to pay 20 just to get them off my back.
you say you agreed to enter into the payment arrangement to get them off your back.
Yes.
Were there any other reasons why you entered into that arrangement?
Not really. I did explain it to the admin of Not My Debt, and she said that was a good thing to make a token payment.
All right. Could the following document please be brought up? It's Exhibit 3345. Mr. Ake, this is a letter dated 31 July of 2020, and it's addressed to you by the agency. It says, "We have paid your refund. We have refunded the money you paid on your income compliance debt. We paid you $62.96 into your bank account. Centrelink has changed how we use employment income information from the Australian Taxation Office in income compliance reviews. You previously had debts raised using averaging of ATO information. We no longer do this and have refunded the repayments you made to these debts. The debts below have been changed to zero." Mr. Ake, do you recognise that document?
I do.
And do you recall receiving this letter at some point in July of 2020?
I do, yes.
What was your reaction to finding out that your debt had been wiped?
Relief. Big relief. Yeah, it was was like the weather changed, dark cloudy day to pure sunshine. So. Made me feel a lot better.
And did you see any improvements in your day-to-day life?
Yeah, big improvement. I felt like socialising again. I could concentrate on work. Didn't have any... Well, I thought at the time I didn't have any more worries to worry about with the debt.
Mr. Ake, can you in broad terms describe the effect that your interaction with the Robodebt scheme has had on you?
I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. It was just so hard to, I don't know, be yourself, like make you withdrawn, scared. Probably one of the worst times of my life.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Mr. Glover.
Mr. Ake, thank you for your evidence. No questions from the Commonwealth Commissioner.
Thank you. Do you want Mr. Ake excused?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Ake, for coming along to tell us about that. You're excused.
Thank you.
Now somebody will come and unwire you and show you the way out.
Commissioner, Mr. Scott will be taking the next witness.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Mr. Scott, you've got Mr. Birrer.
We do, Commissioner.
Was Mr. Birrer excused last time or not? I don't think he was he? So he can be regarded as on his former oath or affirmation?
I believe so, Commissioner, yes.
So you can just sit down. Thanks, Mr. Birrer. We won't worry about re-swearing you. The former, I can't remember if you took an affirmation or an oath, but it still holds good.
An affirmation. Thanks, Commissioner.
Commissioner, I'm just seeking to have it checked. It was my policy to ask for institutional witnesses to be excused, and so it might be appropriate that he be reaffirmed.
Oh, all right. We'll go through it again then, just to be on the
I'm
safe
sorry
side.
about that, Commissioner, but
That's okay.
I am confirmed he was excused.
Oh, okay. All right. Off we go again then. Thank you.
Response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, Mr. Birrer.
Mr. Birrer, you've of course previously given evidence before the Commission.
Yes, that's correct.
Subsequently to giving evidence to the Commission on the previous occasion, you were given a further notice to give a statement and produce documents from the Commission dated the 23rd of December 2022, which is notice number NTG-128.
That's correct.
Thank you. And you've produced a statement in response to that notice?
I did.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement and notice, as well as the associated evidence of Mr Birrer on the witness list. I understand the exhibit numbers commence from exhibit number 3,355 and continue over to exhibit number 3,407. There is one document which will need a non-publication order. I understand that's exhibit 3,405 on that list, which is an Excel spreadsheet produced by the department in response to a notice relating to complaints data that has personal details of social security recipients, and so I seek a non-publication order over that.
Okay, that's not going to be redacted in the future or anything?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay. All right then. Well, the exhibits you've identified, starting at 3355 through to 3407, will become exhibits with those markings, numbers. And exhibit 3405, I make a non-publication order in respect of it.
Excuse me, Commissioner, I just need to take instructions from my junior Miss Berry. Commissioner, there is another document which I understand requires a non-publication order. It's exhibit 3,390, which is a Australian standard.
For complaints management, that's a commercial confidentiality argument, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. I'm assuming, Ms Hogendorf, and if you had anything to the contrary to say about any of these, you'd be letting me know.
That's correct, Commissioner, and I, just for clarity, I concur. Commonwealth supports the non-publication direction in respect of Exhibit 3405 and in respect of 3390, the Australian standard, and I anticipate the current standard as well when that's made available.
And sorry, you anticipate?
And the current standard when that's made available to the Commission.
Oh, okay. Very well. Exhibit 3390, again, I make a non-publication order.
Thank you, Commissioner. In broad terms, Mr Birrer, your statement, which we've commenced our discussion about, addresses previous and to some extent current policies and processes regarding the handling of complaints by the Department of Human Services and now Services Australia.
That's correct.
Just on that standard, which we have been, I was discussing with the Commissioner, I'll just ask for that to be brought up on the screen. That is Exhibit 3,390. Do you have the doc ID? Yeah, thank you. Doc ID RBD.9999.0001.0365. Mr Birrer, of course, you've seen this standard before.
I have, yes.
And you recognise it as the Australian and New Zealand standard guidelines for complaint management in organisations?
Yes.
Okay.
If we could go, please, to page 5 of that document. Okay. Now that has a section headed Section 1, Scope. Can you see that, Mr. Birrer?
I can, yes.
And you'll see there, if we call out the words commencing in the third paragraph, this standard seeks to provide, down to the subparagraph beneath that, subparagraph E.
Yes.
You would recognise that, among other things, what the standard seeks to provide, set out in subparagraph A, is enhanced public confidence in the organisation by creating an environment that encourages feedback and complaints and sees complaints managed in a timely and fair manner. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And you recognise that as a object of a complaints management process of an organisation that seeks to comply with this standard?
Yes.
Okay. And subparagraph D states that the standard seeks to provide a system that can be used by the organisation to analyse, evaluate and audit complaints and their outcomes in order to deliver quality improvements. Do you see that?
Yes, yes, I can.
Thank you. And you also recognise that as something which a complaints management system of an organisation would seek to achieve in complying with this standard. Is that right?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And just as a general observation, would this be right, Mr. Birrer? It is the case that Services Australia seeks to give effect to and comply with this standard?
Yes, we certainly have regard to and are informed by this standard in the work that we do in our complaints management framework and system. We also ensure that we act consistent with the Australian Ombudsman's Better Practice Guide for Complaints Management, which states that it's also consistent with this standard. And the Ombudsman Better Practice Guide is of particular value to us because it is looking at it through a public service lens, in that we are administering legislative programs associated with government outlays, and so working from the Ombudsman's Better Practice Standard, which is drafted to be consistent with the standard, from my understanding, is consistent with that. And it's also consistent, I think, with the purpose of Services Australia in terms of our delivery of programs that Australians rely on. And so we need to have a credible and robust complaints management system. And that's very much consistent with the Services Australia Master Plan, with our key sort of principles of dealing with customers who engage with us in an open, transparent, respectful and helpful manner.
Okay.
And when did all this come about, Mr. Birrer?
It's built up over time, Commissioner, and the master plan was published, I think it was in 2020, not long before I joined the agency. There's been a lot of work that's taken place in the complaints management system of Services Australia and its predecessor organisation, the Department of Human Services, going back in actually the pre-Robodebt period, where there was some work by the Ombudsman that informed work then. But what the agency's been on in terms of our complaints management is a journey of building greater central visibility and control, and a more consistent approach across all the business units in the agency by having a more holistic enterprise approach to complaints management, rather than letting individual areas cover them. And we think, and reviewing sort of what we've done to date against what we did during the Robodebt scheme, I think the changes we've made are important in making sure that those systemic issues that arose during the Robodebt scheme are brought to the attention of the executive in the agency.
All right, I dare say we'll hear more about that.
Yes. And further to the point you were just discussing, if we go to, on the same page, I think, we take down that call out from part of the page. Sorry, page 6. The guiding principle section toward the bottom of the page, if we call out that, and the second paragraph under that section, the words, the organisation should adopt a people-focused and proactive approach to seeking and receiving feedback and complaints and demonstrate a strong commitment to addressing any issues raised within a reasonable time frame. Do you see that?
I do.
And you agree, of course, that is an important guiding principle in any complaints management system for an organisation?
I do, Mr. Scott, yes.
Thank you. Now, we go over the page, please, to the top of that page and call out section 5.1.2. Do you see that section is headed ensuring no detriment to a complainant?
Yes, I do.
And you see that section states the organisation should take all reasonable steps to ensure that complainants are not adversely affected because of a complaint made by them or on their behalf. Do you see that?
I do.
In your statement at paragraph 9.9, you refer to complaints made through the media.
I did.
You did? And may we therefore take it that you're incorporating your understanding of the concept of complaints made by social security recipients about Services Australia to the media?
I would, yes.
Okay. And the section of the standard that we've got called up out there on the screen, would you agree that an obvious purpose of what's stated there is to ensure that the objects of a complaints management system, which include identifying systemic issues in an organisation, are not defeated by complainants, including complainants making their complaints in the media, are not discouraged from making their complaints by suffering a detriment by reason of their complaint. Do you agree with that?
I would, and I'd go a step further too, Mr. Scott, in saying that when we can identify people who are making a complaint in the media, like they're self-identifying, or if they're on social media and we're able to see them and engage with them, then we seek to reach out and contact people about how we can engage with them on their circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of a practice previously engaged in by the Department of Human Services, for example, in 2017, where the department might disclose publicly personal information of a social security recipient who has made a complaint in the media, purportedly on the basis that it's necessary to correct the record in the public interest?
I have heard of that, and I have seen evidence of it, and from a personal perspective, I find that quite appalling.
Is it a practice that the department continues to engage in?
No.
Can you think of any reason why it would be in the public interest to deal with a complaint in the media from a social security recipient by publishing their personal information?
I can't really think of any grounds for that Mr. Scott, but I would say that one thing that is important for us at times in administering the programs we administer is I think it's important for us to engage at times with ministers' offices or with other agencies on occasions on a case-by-case basis around an individual circumstances, around what we might have done wrong or right and what's our service recovery, to provide the appropriate context, such as if it is being aired in the media and could be raised in Parliament with a minister or minister's office, or if we need to engage, say, with the police because we think somebody might be in sort of danger of immediate harm. But I don't think that would rightfully extend, though, to passing personal details onto the media. I think that there needs to be sort of a distinction made in that regard.
Can I just break in for a moment? The transcript had your answer as to your view of that practice recorded as, I find it quite appealing.
Oh, appalling,
I would
sorry.
like that corrected.
Thank you. I would want to be quoted.
Well, I didn't want you recorded as saying that either, Mr. Birrer, so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So does the department have a standard form response to the media when it seeks to make an inquiry about an individual recipient and that inquiry seeks the department to reveal personal information about the recipient?
Yeah, but our standard line that we use is that we won't engage on individual circumstances in public on any recipient's personal details, but we encourage them to contact us.
Thank you. Is there anything more general about the nature of Services Australia and its object and functions that makes disclosing personal information of a social security recipient in response to a media complaint inappropriate?
Well, there's a number of legislative protections, the secrecy provisions in the Social Security Act. We also take very seriously our role that we have in providing services to pretty much all Australians when you include Medicare information, as well as the Centrelink information. So we have a lot of sensitive personal information on people, and so we take seriously the protection of that information and to ensure that we handle it appropriately according to legislation and policy.
Thank you, Mr. Birrer. If we could please then go to, I think it's page 8. Oh yes, call out section 5.4.1 of that document. To see there in a section talking about accountability, the standard says that the organisation should ensure that accountability for the operation of its complaint management system is clear. See that?
I do.
And then that would seem to be related to a point made on the next page. Bring up the next page. Section 6.1, if we call out the bit underneath the words introduction. If you can see the sentence under the heading introduction, there's the reference to clear lines of responsibility.
I do.
And then if we go to the next page, the section headed Responsibility and Authority, we see ways in which this standard seeks to address those ideas of accountability and responsibility. Do you see that, Mr. Birrer?
I do.
And in particular, if we call out section 6.4.2, and I just note subparagraph D there describes one of the chief executives, that is the chief executive of the relevant organisation, having responsibility for appointing a complaint management manager with clearly defined responsibilities and authority. Do you see that?
I do.
Has the chief executive of your organisation done that? That is, appointed a complaint management manager with clearly defined responsibilities and authority?
We do, and the way I'd answer that, Mr. Scott, is also to step back half a step, that the current Chief Executive Officer of Services Australia, unlike during the Robodebt period, is also, that role is also the CEO of the Centrelink program, of the Medicare program and the Child Support Registrar. And so there's much more, a defence term would be sort of unity of command around that, and much tighter governance in terms of the executive committee and how it now operates compared to during the Robodebt period. And so there is a centralised complaints management, and more broadly than just complaints management, also an escalated customer framework of customers who are in need of sort of more intensive wraparound service, of which complaints often interacts, and making sure that we look at that in terms of what systemic issues might come out of it, but also providing an escalation pathway, including quite an immediate one where we have on almost a daily basis a meeting of the Chief Executive Officer and the Deputy Chief Executive Officers of the agency, where one of the deputies in particular has a role of running the customer network. And so we have that very immediate feedback loop of being able to provide immediate escalations of issues that are arising, as well as of that more systemic analysis, which I would say is enhanced compared to what it was during the Robodebt scheme.
Are there any particular key features of how the complaints management system operated during the Robodebt days where that the visibility, I think, that you're describing at the senior executive level was less than optimal?
Yeah, the Robodebt scheme was developed, planned and implemented within what was called various things throughout its time, but for most of the Robodebt scheme period, it was the Integrity and Information Group. There were changes where, and processes by which media responses around Robodebt and also complaints coming in from customers were dealt with largely within that group, with less involvement from particularly the central complaints management area. And so a key difference between now and then is that now there's a much stronger centralised complaints management team, especially of what's termed level 2 complaints. A level 1 complaint is where a customer is speaking to one of our frontline service officers, either on the phone or face-to-face, and so raises an issue that that officer can resolve themselves. A level 2 is a more complex case where a customer's circumstances might be such that they need to engage different business units across the agency or subject matter experts in a particular area. And so there's more central visibility, and then ensuring that case is resolved satisfactorily and kept track of than it was during the Robodebt scheme.
Am I correct in understanding your evidence that a key difference from the present state of affairs is that during the Robodebt scheme, complaints were largely managed within the Integrity and Information Group?
Yes.
and that outside the group there was little to no visibility of the issues arising from those complaints.
I would probably express it, Mr. Scott, that there was more limited visibility than now, but I think there's also a greater awareness and culture around complaints management consistent with the master plan principles I mentioned before. And part of that strengthened approach to complaints management has included a lot more training and awareness, including sort of training materials that are pushed out to staff more generally, as well as to staff who specialise in complaints management. And in addition to that, that stronger personalised, tailored servicing approach around people who need more of a wraparound service in order to help them because they are having difficulties engaging productively with the general service offerings.
Okay. Can we just then take that section down, but keep the page up? If we can call out section 6.4.3, which goes over the page. And you can see there, Mr. Birrer, a requirement or details of what should be within the responsibilities for the complaints manager. Do you see that?
I do.
And you can see in subparagraph A, for example, that the manager should be responsible for establishing a process of performance monitoring, evaluation and reporting.
Yes.
Reporting to senior management on the operation of the complaint management system. Do you see that?
Yes.
Reporting to senior management on significant complaints and systemic issues or trends identified through the receipt of the complaints and service problems, with recommendations for improvement where appropriate. Do you see that?
I do.
And implementing and maintaining the complaint management system. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's obvious that these requirements are linked to the objects of the complaint management systems we've discussed, in particular by identifying the need for clear responsibilities and authority to a complaint manager so that they can have responsibility and accountability for ensuring complaints are appropriately dealt with and systemic issues identified and analysed?
Yes.
Would you agree that in order to satisfy these requirements, it is necessary for there to be a complaint manager appointed to the organisation who, firstly, can access the organisation's data on all of its complaints? Do you agree with that?
Well, yes, that we have, Service Australia does have a centralised complaints team that sits under a national manager who manages that complaints team. There's also another group which draws on the knowledge and experience and visibility across the agency called the Escalated Customer Learning Reference Group. And that the membership of that group is detailed in my statement, and the development of that group was informed by the experience of our colleagues in the UK Civil Service and the Department of Works and Pensions, and that was created in 2021, so that there can be greater visibility and a more coordinated approach to making sure that we're learning from what we're seeing and applying those learnings in a more systemic way.
Is the complaints manager a member of that group?
Yeah, their chain is involved in that. Yeah, they're that complaints group is a senior executive service band 2 group, and the key complaints leader is at the senior executive service band 1 level, but participates in those, yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that to satisfy the requirements we've discussed, the complaints manager must monitor the compliance with the organisation's complaints management system and its handling of complaints by the organisation. You agree with that?
Yes, yes. And including pulling in information from other relevant areas. And one example of that I would raise, and again, it was only just starting during the Robodebt period, but the capability is a lot more sophisticated now, is a speech analytics capability, which isn't in that complaints team, but in our service delivery excellence division. And that unit has analysts who listen to phone calls. And so what capability that gives the agency is, first of all, it's almost real time. So as issues are emerging, we can learn about, as an executive, about what customers are telling our staff they're having problems with, but also where our staff might not be giving correct advice to customers or dealing with them in a correct way. And so there can be corrections made more quickly. And unlike when a customer makes their own complaint online or is speaking to a staff member who's entering it into the tool, where how they choose to code it can impact on some of the information coming in, the speech analytics gives us that more immediate and accurate sort of description of what's happening.
I don't understand this. What do you mean by speech analytics?
Oh, listening to the phone calls, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm. And when you say speech analytics, what's that involve?
That means examining sort of what the customer is saying to us, so what they're asking, what they're raising as a concern, as well as the advice that our staff are giving back.
Do you mean somebody just listening in on the calls to see if they're making sense? Is that all?
Yeah, that's a fair description, Commissioner, yeah.
And who's doing the listening? Do they have any particular expertise?
It's a speech analytics unit.
What's the expertise behind that? How do you get to be a speech analytics person?
I don't know the exact sort of certification of it, but it is a capability that we put quite a lot of effort into in order to understand where there are sort of rub points in our system or where people who are engaging with us are encountering difficulties.
And is this just a random sample of calls are being listened in on, or what are we talking about?
It's often focused towards certain areas where we want to understand how a new service is bedding down. And a good example of that would be for recent activation of a disaster payment, so to understand how both staff and customers are implementing that. Or it could be to help inform where we think that there's an issue with a certain payment or a certain process.
And how does the information get fed back? Does the person listening make a report and that comes
There
back
is,
up
and then
the
there's
chain?
an analytical report over the top, yes.
All right, thank you.
Now, would you agree that it is inconsistent with the requirements we've been discussing for the complaints manager for the organisation to not have access to the organisation's complaint database?
So, sorry, could you repeat the question again, Mr. Scott?
Would you agree that it is inconsistent with the requirements that we've been discussing for the complaints manager for the organisation to not have access to the complaints database for the organisation?
It would be, yeah, or of the information contained therein, yes.
And also, would it be inconsistent for that person to not have oversight of the handling of complaints by the organisation?
Yes.
And would it be inconsistent for that person to not have oversight of the organisation's compliance with its policies and procedures for handling complaints?
Yes, they should provide input into whether or not those policies are being complied with, yes.
Okay. If we can go to page 23, Appendix C of the document, please. I think it should be 3 pages previous. Page 23.
You said C for cat, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Now, would you be aware that this part of the standard deals with data collection and analysis and reporting in relation to complaints?
Yes.
And would you agree that processes relating to data collection, analysis and reporting of complaints is important for the object of complaints management systems being capable of identifying and monitoring systemic issues that arise from those complaints?
Yes.
Now, if we go, just call out at the bottom of the page, the section headed C3. And you can see, Mr. Birrer, the last passage in that section called out talks about categories of complaints needing to be meaningful and detailed. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is referring to the general concept that in collecting data about complaints, one of the things that needs to be collected is the categories of complaints.
Yes.
And that's to enable the analysis of systemic issues, amongst other things, the analysis of systemic issues that we've been discussing.
Yes.
Okay. If we go to the next page, I think call out the section at the bottom of the page, Step 3 Analysis, C4. And you can see under subparagraph C in that section, the words grouping complaints into categories allows data to be analysed and reported more quickly and simply. Do you see that?
I do.
And that's consistent with this concept that we've been which we discussed moments ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Could we then please bring up another document ID CTH.3101.0047.8919. Should be Exhibit 3417. Now, Mr. Birrer, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's a project document about the integrated feedback management system, and it was information collected by the Department of Human Services about developing that service and implementing it.
Okay, and the metadata that's been provided to the Commission, I understand, indicates that it was created on the 7th of April 2015.
Yeah.
Does that accord with your understanding?
It does, yes.
Okay. If we go to page 134 of the document, sorry, I think it's page 1 of 34, the section headed overview. And Just note the second sentence on the first paragraph, reference to, at present, the procedures and processes for receiving and managing this feedback varies markedly across each of the department's service delivery brands. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to page 11 of the document, do you see the heading, Designing a New Database?
Yes.
And is that, this part of that document linked to that point in the overview about, at the time of the document, the procedures and processes for receiving and managing feedback then varying markedly?
Yes, that's correct. So when those, I think they were referred to as master programs, so that's Centrelink, Medicare and the Child Support Program were brought together, each had their own complaints management sort of systems and processes. And part of the work of the agency, and especially that work in recent years, and particularly sort of 2020, 2021, was to bring those together into more of an enterprise complaints management approach, which sits across those programs.
And I just note, or ask you to note, the last bullet point on that page. There must be an electronic system for entering, tracking and monitoring complaints and analysing complaint data. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is this right, having regard to the parts of the document I've taken to you so far, at the time of this document, there wasn't a single electronic system for entering, tracking and monitoring complaints?
That's true.
And is one of the products of this document the creation of such a system?
Yes.
And is that what has become known as the customer feedback tool?
Yes.
Also, just CFT for short?
CFT, yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's a it's a tool which collects complaints that are received from or other pieces of feedback received from customers. It can be from an online tool if the customer gives that complaint or feedback themselves, or entered by our staff, such as during a phone conversation, or if somebody is in a service centre and is speaking to a staff member, then they enter both the customer's details and the details concerning the complaint or feedback for the agency, and then what are the next steps in that.
And does it, at the data entry point, give the person entering the data the opportunity to categorise the complaint to enable the type of analysis that we've been discussing before?
It does, yes. Either the customer or the staff member categorises the complaint.
And one of the, is this right, one of the items of data that can be entered when the data about the complaints being entered into the system is whether or not the complaint raises a systemic issue?
That's true. When you're entering the complaint, the staff member can tick up a checkbox which says that this is a potential systemic issue.
Okay. That document can be taken down. Could the witness please be shown Exhibit 3357, which is Doc ID CTH.3828.0001.0055_R. In the course of preparing for your evidence today, Mr. Birrer, have you seen this document?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. If we go to the second last page, the bottom of that page, and call out the email on the bottom of that page from Mr. Hester to Mr Clark and others dated the 4th of January 2017 at 2:34 p.m.
Yes.
Now, having reviewed this before your evidence today, are you in a position to confirm that this is referring to a FOI, that is a Freedom of Information request for documents held by the department at the time of the email?
Yes.
And one of the items sought is identified in point 4 of the quote that's in italics. That is an aggregate number of reported complaints from when the system was introduced relating to false or miscalculated debt recovery requests. Do you see that? Okay. And if we go to the first page, could I ask that first? Firstly, this is an email from someone called Mr Whittle, dated the 6th of January 2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
Call out the section at the start of the email up to, but not including, the summary background issues. Now, do you agree in the second paragraph called out there, the author of this email says, "I do not believe we should be providing a response in relation to complaint numbers for this FOI, as we cannot accurately measure complaints specific to this issue." Do you see that?
I do.
And then in the same paragraph, last sentence, these words, "FOI called me this morning with a concern about not providing numbers, as it may cause further media issues, as figures have been stated already in the media." Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Now, having read this email before giving evidence today, are you in a position to confirm this, that the reason for what's stated in that section called out is summarised in the section of the email headed summary background issues?
Yes.
And essentially what that identifies, is this right, is a coding problem associated with the recording of complaints relating to the online compliance intervention.
Yes, there was uncertainty about whether or not the coding accurately identified all of the complaints about the Robodebt scheme.
Because initially a code was developed, which was code, I think it's OU and some numbers which appear on the third bullet point. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was for a specific issue relating to the online compliance intervention that arose between the 21st and 24th of October 2016.
Yes.
And then a direction was given to expand the use of that code so that it would apply to all Robodebt, online compliance intervention related complaints.
Yes. Yes.
But then there was, is this right, uncertainty as to whether or not all staff members received that direction and applied the coding accordingly. Is that right?
That's true. And just by way of context, Mr. Scott, at this period of time, there was a very large increase in complaints and contacts. And that was driven by, first of all, the fact that the OCI letters didn't have a phone number for the Customer Compliance Division, as it was then called, which was that organisational unit number that you referred to. But it did have the complaints number. And so people who were having problems with the system or who had questions or concerns were calling that complaints number. There had been a large number of letters go out in late 2016 as we've discussed, and that was generating a large number of messages in, and then there were contacts into the agency, into the Department of Human Services, and then in October there was also some systems issues with letters being delayed in going out to recipients as part of the initiation of reviews, leaving them with not much time before the due date, and also some systems issues where the system was interacting and stopping people's payments. But then sort of underlying all of this was when there was large number of media interest in the agency and in the Robodebt scheme. And so that in itself was generating contacts to the Department of Human Services from people. And there was work underway to attempt to correctly identify and categorise which calls were related to Robodebt versus other issues.
So, in summary, is this right? The agency has uncertainty as to whether complaints coded with the OU code, that is the code aimed at capturing Robodebt-related complaints, the agency has uncertainty whether it captures all of them. So
that's true. Either it missed some, which didn't have that OU code attached to it, or there could be a complaint relating to a different compliance activity, so like a student load compliance review or carers review, which was not related to the Robodebt scheme. And so it could have resulted in staff miscategorising complaints, yes. And we do, that is included in my statement that there is that uncertainty as the categorisation did involve a human step.
would you agree that this email chain that we've been discussing provides a very good example of the systemic issues that can arise if complaints are not appropriately categorised in accordance with the Australian standard?
Yes.
Has the agency since undertaken any changes so that when future programs are rolled out, appropriate coding is in place and staff appropriately use it so that the necessary data relating to complaints concerning those programs can be collected and analysed?
Yeah, I think we could say yes. There is a lot more training and awareness of staff and a lot more training being rolled out to staff who are engaged in all aspects of the complaint process, including all frontline staff. That's something that needs to be continually reinforced and reviewed. That's not something that you ever get to the end of. And we've also taken steps to improve the quality of the information and the data. What we have now compared to during the Robodebt scheme is a much more capable data and analytics division. And so that sort of improves the quality and analysis of the data that we use and our use of the information. So we're better at sort of analysing it to look for systemic issues and identify them than what we were back then. Essentially, we have more sophisticated tools and capability in that ability to analyse data rather than, as this email train shows, sort of that was a very hydraulic sort of process there.
Sorry?
A very, very sort of manual process, yeah.
What about the involvement of the complaints manager in the development of a program before it's rolled out? so that the complaints manager can ensure that there's appropriate coding applied and in place when the program is rolled out, so that the relevant data entry will happen.
Yeah, what I would say, I think consulting them is important, Mr. Scott, but I think from a practical perspective, we also have to balance that against the more complex you make your categorisation process, the more likely either customers who are making online complaints, which are quite a large number now, or the staff, the frontline staff receiving the complaints might miscode it. And so there's a balance to be struck there about making sure the categorisation selections are sort of an obvious, not obvious, but are more straightforward, rather than if there's too much nuance in it, it could result in miscodings, particularly as at times the frontline staff are operating off information they might not fully understand of how a customer is explaining their circumstances.
Sure, but in this example, we've got a situation where there's a new program being rolled out where, as it transpired, there were so many complaints happening about this program that a specific code had to be developed for it. And really what I'm interested in is whether, when a new program's being rolled out, surely a specific coding for that program could be developed so that complaints about that program can be tracked as the program's being rolled out.
I wouldn't be as prescriptive, Mr. Scott, to say that there should be a specific code created. I think that's leaning a bit too much into the design. I think how to accurately capture via the coding the information needed to get the insights of any systemic problem needs to be considered. I wouldn't jump to that solution, I suppose, is how I would explain it.
But as a broad proposition...
But it needs to be considered, yes.
As a broad proposition, there needs to be... The circumstances here demonstrate a need for better data analysis as a new program's rolled out to monitor complaints about the program.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And there's two more documents I want to take you to on this topic. The next is Exhibit 3358. Doc ID is CTH.3828.0001.0069_R. Could that document please be taken down? No, that can be brought back up again. Thank you. Thank you. Again, this is a document you've had an opportunity to review in your preparation for today's evidence, Mr. Birrer?
Yes.
And it's an email chain, would you agree, relating to a request from the Ombudsman's Office in January of 2017 relating to its investigation at that time into the Robodebt scheme?
Yes.
And if we go over to the second page, call out the email, second last email on that second page. And that's an email dated the 10th of January. And the author of the email is stating that they are required to provide certain information for the purpose of that Ombudsman investigation. And that information includes information about the number of complaints received by the department in regards to the online compliance system. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, if we go over to the first page, and if we just call out the third email on that page from Thomas Whittle, dated the 10th of January 2017. And you can see that in respect of the inquiry regarding online complaints regarding the online compliance system, what's proposed is to provide the number of complaints with the OU code. Do you see that?
I do.
And so what was proposed in order to deal with the Ombudsman's inquiry about the number of complaints concerning the scheme was to use complaints with that OU code. Do you agree?
Yes.
And that, of course, had the reliability issue we've been discussing.
Yeah, and from a broader perspective, I would add to that in the fact that they had to develop on their own sort of a methodology here is one of the reasons why I think it's important to have that stronger data and analytics function that's part of our the centre of Services Australia, so that there can be a level of assurance and quality that's run over the data that's provided, that the methodology is sound, and that you're able to replicate the results to show where it comes from, rather than attempting the sort of local initiatives to produce information for important matters like an ombudsman.
And that's particularly in the context of an ombudsman investigation into...
Yeah. Or any external reporting, I would add to that too, Mr. Scott. Yeah.
Indeed, but of course in the context of any complaints system discussion, external complaint resolution mechanisms are relevant, aren't they? That's one form of complaint investigation and resolution is through external bodies such as the Ombudsman.
Yes.
And so in an agency's ability to adequately participate in a process like that, it needs to have access to reliable data that can be provided to that external investigating body, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. The final document I want to take you to on this topic is Exhibit 3360, Doc ID CTH.2007.0004.3282_R. That document should be taken down. Yes, that document can be brought up again. Thank you. Now, again, is this a document you've had an opportunity to review before giving your evidence today?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you accept that's an email from Jason Ryman dated the 17th of March 2017?
I do.
Okay. And if we just call out the section, the paragraph under the heading Minister Porter announcement, please. And of course, recall that the first sentence of this section of this document, having had an opportunity to review it, states that on the 3rd of January 2017, the Minister for Social Services stated that the complaint rate was 0.16% with only 276 complaints from 169,000 letters. Do you see that?
I do.
And then the next sentence says, this data was compiled by CCD. See that?
Yes.
CCD would be Customer Compliance Division.
That's correct.
From within the Integrity and Information Group.
Yes.
Thank you. In late December 2016 and appears to cover a period from the 1st of July 2016 to late December 2016. And then it states that that's where Mr. Porter got his figure of 276 complaints. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we go to the next section of the email headed Ombudsman Data, is the statement, the following data was provided to the Ombudsman on the 3rd of February 2017.
Yes.
And based on the previous email, that would be data with the OU coding.
It would be, yes, yes. I haven't independently gone back and checked the actual numbers, but I think this email is a good sort of example of why you need that centralised information collection, but then also having an assured level of data and analytics, rather than like the CCD, the Customer Compliance Division, being an operational division which had the compliance officers in it, producing information. So something that wasn't their specialty.
Yes, because the number of complaints identified to the Ombudsman for the reason of debt deduction or collection report to relate to the online compliance intervention was 1,422 complaints based on the email.
Well, my reading of this email is the point of it, and again, I haven't checked the numbers, but Mr. Porter's office was given information collected by the operational division that essentially missed a central systems repository of complaints.
Which would have been the customer feedback tool.
Yes.
And in particular, its data on the number of complaints coded with the OU code.
Yes.
Yes. All right. That can be taken down. Can I take you back, please, Mr. Birrer, to paragraph 9.9 of your statement on page 12. You state there, in January 2017, documents identified confirmed that management of Robodebt complaints made through the media were being overseen by the Information Integrity Group. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
I don't need to take you to the underlying documents unless you need to refer to them, but can you just identify for the Commission what is the significance of that relevant to the present discussion?
What I sought to portray through that was that we identified in emails that we were examining that all of Robodebt complaints made through the media at this point in time were to be managed by the Information and Integrity Group.
And before you go on, who was the Deputy Secretary in charge of that group?
The Deputy Secretary at that point was Ms. Melissa Golightly.
Thank you.
And that Ms. Golightly had said that her office and some of her key executives should be involved in the management of all of these responses. And you'll recall, by way of context, Mr. Scott, that in January 2017 there was quite a lot of media and about Robodebt, and that media covered sort of the full spectrum of different forms of media, from sort of quite like the national media as well as localised media in terms of covering the Robodebt issue. And so the management of media responses was a significant undertaking for the Department of Human Services at that point.
Why is it of significance that those complaints are being managed by the Information and Integrity Group?
My reading of the documents from that point in time was that there was a lot of care being taken about maintaining the narrative about underpinning the program that's referred to as the Robodebt scheme.
Care being taken by whom?
By the Department of Human Services, and in particular the officials in the Information Integrity Group. And so they wanted to ensure that our public, the public messaging being put out through those media responses was aligned with the underlying narrative that they were seeking to maintain.
And am I correctly understanding your evidence that, in effect, this meant that that group closely held information about those complaints and the broader organisation didn't have visibility over it? Is that what you're saying?
I'd say that's true, that there was quite limited broader visibility across the different parts of the Department of Human Services, and that there was a lot of care taken to manage the responses to any concerns or dissent raised by either recipients, by the media, and as we've seen before, by staff members as well.
And is that approach consistent, in your view, with the principles and objectives of a complaints management system as identified in the Australian standard that we've been discussing?
No, I don't think it is, because I think while there was avenues for complaints, I don't think that those complaints that I don't see that there was at that point in time an appropriate feedback loop in terms of looking at what underlying issues might be being communicated through those complaints. And
Having said all that, though, Mr. Birrer, for those in the senior executive band of DHS, you'd have to be blind and illiterate not to have been able to tell from the media what kinds of problems were being experienced, wouldn't you?
I think that's a good point, Commissioner. And at this point in time, in January 2017, and looking back over all the media, as I wasn't involved at the time, and so I'm reading it with the benefit of hindsight, my personal view is that there was a couple of articles by a journalist called Peter Martin, and they struck me as very perceptive in terms of not just calling out the averaging issue, but it was obvious that he understood how government or government departments worked and budget measures. And so reading those articles, I would have thought that those ones in particular would have raised a question amongst anyone who read them.
And they had been read by all levels of the department, hadn't they?
They had been. I've seen email traffic between senior executives where the issues raised in them was discussed.
All right, thank you.
But I don't think that it was discussed in a way of sort of...
I understand
canary
it's
in
a
the coal
different
mine.
point from the one that you and Mr. Scott are exploring about the efficacy of the complaint system, but I did just want to clarify that the lack of formal visibility seems to be the buzzword, doesn't mean a lack of awareness necessarily.
I think the volume of media and the volume of complaints and that spike in complaints in late 2016, Commissioner, you would have to have your head in the sand to not see it.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Scott, I interrupted you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just on that note about volume of media, can the witness please be shown document, which is Exhibit 3369, Doc ID CTH.3828.0001.0380. And if we can just start by going to the page, which should be the third page of the document, and call out the graph on that page. And we're discussing, by the way, a document created by the Department of Human Services. Perhaps if we go to the first page, just so the witness can see it. The PowerPoint slide, page 1. And just call out the date. This is a document created by the department in March 2018. Mr. Birrer?
Yes.
Thank you. We can go back to the page we were looking at before and call out that graph again. And you can see the heading, which is probably the most relevant part of this. Complaints per 1,000 transactions for Centrelink are up by 77% in 2017-18 compared to the same time in 2016-17. See that?
Yes.
And that's consistent with what you've just said not long ago about an obvious uptick in the number of complaints experienced by Centrelink at about this time.
Well, obviously the Robodebt complaints are a factor in that increase. the analysis could have shown also other factors, but it definitely correlates with what's shown in that graph.
I'm not suggesting it's the only factor, but it's clearly a related factor.
Would be, it's correlated and most likely, yes, a factor and possibly a significant one. Yeah.
And if we go to the next page and call out the slide on that page, it's headed "Media scrutiny is likely to have increased complaint volumes." And this is a graph that purports to compare Centrelink complaints per week with average weekly media interest. Do you see that?
I do, yes, and I would interpret like the previous graph shows the correlation, and I think this graph goes a step further in unpicking that and showing the causation between the media and
one of the things that
Robodebt complaints.
If we see the words in the second line under the heading, in January 2017, the department received the highest amount of media scrutiny in the previous 10 years. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it identifies that is as a result of an intensive focus on the online compliance intervention program. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we can see that represented in the part of the graph marked with the red line in about January 2017, a very noticeable spike in OCI media stories. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And then the graph then draws a correlation between that and an increased rate of complaints about Centrelink. See that? The point I want to ask you whether you agree with is this. To the extent that media stories might have contributed to the increased amount of complaints about Centrelink, that in itself is related to Robodebt, because the media that had increased was about Robodebt.
Yes, and different aspects of Robodebt. The averaging was one aspect, and the poor design of the program and poor implementation, including the very poor customer experience. And I think like not having a phone number on the initial letters are a good example of that. Raised complaints. I also think that the media would have also generated complaints that weren't related to Robodebt, but people might refer to as Robodebt. And one area where we can receive complaints like that is where people misconstrue their family tax benefit reconciliations with Robodebt. But I think, yeah, it's the Robodebt scheme, the publicity around it, the poor customer experience, and the outcomes that many recipients, it was patently obvious to them that the discrepancy or debt notice we'd sent them was wrong, or we didn't send it to them, and so would generate a complaint because, as some people have passed on, the first time they heard about it was from a debt collector.
Thank you. That document can be taken down. There's just a handful more documents I want to take you to, Mr. Birrer. The first document is Exhibit 3406. Doc ID is RBD.9999.0001.0362. Now, Mr. Birrer, have you seen this before in preparation for your evidence?
Yes.
And is this right? You understand this to be tables prepared by the Office of Solicitors Assisting the Commission based on complaint data produced by the agency to the Commission?
Yes, my understanding is this is a summation or analysis of the customer feedback tool spreadsheet that we sent you.
Yes, thank you. And what was provided by the department to the Commission, is this right, was effectively a spreadsheet using data taken from the customer feedback tool, is that right?
Correct, yeah. We added some analysis to try to identify the Robodebt related activities.
Yes, and by way of that analysis, that included, is this right, a field in the spreadsheet describing what had been deemed effectively retrospectively by the department as possible robodebts.
That's correct, yes.
In an effort to capture robodebt complaints that weren't captured by the OU coding, about which the department has some doubts.
Yes, we looked at where a recipient who had been subjected to a Robodebt scheme review had made a complaint, and so included that in that category.
Yes. And we can see towards the left-hand side in the table towards the top of the page, adjacent to the period column, 3 columns. One is all complaints. The next column is possible Robodebt complaints. And are you satisfied that the column referring to possible Robodebt complaints has been calculated by the Commission accurately based on the data provided?
Yes, based on the data provided, yes.
And then the next column over, possible Robodebt and payment type, that the words payment type refer to a suggested filter suggested in your statement for focusing a count of possible Robodebt complaints by filtering the numbers of those complaints according to whether or not the recipients that made those complaints had a relevant payment type?
Yes, or the complaint related to that. And so one example would be where somebody has made a complaint about their family tax benefit reconciliation. They didn't have averaging applied, they're instead calculated off somebody's taxable income, and so that allows that to be excluded, is one example.
Yes. And then if we go to the column adjacent to that, Robodebt complaints, that's a tally calculated by the Commission Office of Solicitors Assisting of complaints that have had that OU coding that we've been discussing.
Yes.
And then adjacent to that again is, again, those types of complaints having been filtered according to the payment type using the same methodology we just discussed in respect of possible Robodebt complaints.
Yes, yes. And that's a way of trying to distinguish between those people who may have had a Robodebt review during the Robodebt scheme, but their complaint related to a different payment that they were on to the one impacted by Robodebt.
Okay. And just by way of example to illustrate the differences, if we call out the line related to the 1st of January 2017, that is the row in that table related to the 1st of January 2017, and just call out all columns in that row from all complaints to Robodebt complaints and payment type.
Yes.
Sorry, no, that's not what I was after. I was after, perhaps if I just identify it for you, Mr. Birrer. If you run your eye down the column headed period to the row with the date, the 1st of January 2017.
Yes.
See that? And then that records a number of complaints, that is all complaints in the next column over that relates to that date, that is 4,953 complaints. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next column over, that is for that date, possible Robodebt complaints, 2,938 complaints.
Yes.
And then filtered according to payment type in the next column, 1,790 complaints.
Yes.
In contrast to same period, same date, the complaints that had previously been coded Robodebt using the OU code, 1,086 complaints. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then finally filtered, those complaints comes to a number of 386 complaints.
Yes.
So assuming the payment type filter is accurate, the distinction between historically coded Robodebt complaints and what have been identified as possible Robodebt complaints since is a distinction between 386 complaints and 1,790 complaints received on the 1st of January 2017.
Yes.
Thank you.
There was a very large spike in complaints.
Yes, and we'll come to that shortly. Can I just have that thing you pointed out to me? Now, just something to make the record clear, Mr. Birrer. If we look at the table below, that is the table on the bottom of the page, and we look at the rows, the third column, debt deduction or collection, see that column?
Yes.
And then the next column over, decision, outcome or payment, see that one?
Yes.
And is this right? Since this table being provided to solicitors assisting the Commonwealth, your agency has identified that the methodology used by solicitors assisting to tally those categories perhaps were inaccurate?
Yes, we provided a suggestion in terms of the Excel formula just before over the lunch break.
Yes, but apart from those two, you're satisfied, based on advice from Services Australia, that these tables on this page use the correct methodology to calculate, do the calculations from the data that they set out on their face?
They do. Noting in my statement, we do mention the possible that mischaracterizations might have occurred, but no, this is a accurate reflection of the analysis based upon the data available.
And the possibility of mischaracterizations goes back to that issue about whether or not
the initial coding
was accurate. Yeah, thank you. You've seen graphs that compare the amounts tallied in those two columns using the two methodologies, that is the original methodology for this table versus the methodology that Services Australia has suggested to solicitors assisting?
Yes, I have. Yes, I provided that through the Commonwealth Solicitors Assisting.
And we'll come to that graph in due course. But in the meantime, can we go to page 2 of this document? Perhaps it's a different doc ID. It should be doc ID RBD.999.0001.0362_0001. Should be the same exhibit, I believe. Excuse me, Commissioner, I understand this. Commissioner. I understand that a updated version of this document I've been speaking to Mr. Birrer about, with the error corrected, is available. And I understand it is doc ID RBD.9999.0001.0362 underscore 0001.
And it is an exhibit or it isn't?
I don't think it is. We'll need to get it made an exhibit.
All right. So it should be...
Commissioner, could I just inquire through you? I understand that Exhibit 3406 is the earlier version of this document, which is RBD 9999.0001.0362.
I understand that to be the case.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to make this 3406A?
Yes, please,
Keep the two
Commissioner.
together.
Okay, Mr. Birrer. The page you have in front of you purports to graph a number of different things tallied in the tables that we've been discussing earlier. And the red line on the graph purports to be all complaints. See that?
Yes.
The black line purports to be the possible Robodebt complaints we've been discussing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the grey line purports to be those complaints filtered according to the payment type.
Yes.
And then the green line is the historically coded Robodebt complaints. See that?
Yes.
And then the yellow line is those complaints filtered by complaint type. See that?
Yes.
And of course, you can see there is a significant difference between, graphically depicted there on the screen, between those historically coded Robodebt complaints and the complaints that are identified as possible Robodebt complaints. Do you agree?
Yes, yes, there was a dramatic uptick in all forms of complaints related to the Robodebt scheme at that point in time.
Yes. And that is also illustrated on the next page. If we can bring that up. And that's a simple graph comparing all feedback
Yes.
and complaints. And there's a distinct upswing in early 2017, do you agree?
Yes.
And consistent with your understanding based on the data we've been discussing and your general knowledge about the circumstances in early 2017, that there was a distinct upswing in complaints about the Robodebt scheme at that time.
Yes, an upswing in direct customer complaints and in concerns expressed through the media at that point in time, yes.
Now, if we go to page 7, okay, what do I need to do? Okay. I understand this is the graph produced from the tables that we discussed earlier that had the incorrect tallies relating to those items depicted in that graph. Do you see that, Mr. Birrer?
Yes, while the overall trend is the same, the spike is more pronounced when the Excel formula is corrected.
Okay, and I'll ask that that document be brought up on the screen, which is, I understand, doc ID rbd.9999.0001.0362_B, and it should be page 7 of that document. And that's the more pronounced upswing you just described, Mr. Birrer.
It is, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, that's all the questions. Okay. Right. I've also been asked to tender a further document, Commissioner, which is a document that purports to set out the calculations that have produced these graphs, and the doc ID is rbd.9999.0001.0363_A, and the exhibit number that I would seek is exhibit number 3407, capital A.
Yes, okay. 3407A for that document.
Commissioner, that's all the questions I have for Mr. Birrer.
I'm assuming that's not it for him forever, or is it?
No.
No. All right. Well, Ms Hogan-Doran, did you want to ask anything at this stage? Because you're welcome to.
Commissioner, I have about possibly 15, 20 minutes worth of questions arising out of the examination today, and they foreshadow some documents which we are seeking to make available to the Commission. Mr Birrer has told me that he is available to return first thing tomorrow, if that's a more convenient course.
I'd like to get as much done today as we can, because
All right,
I fear
Commissioner.
for tomorrow, to be honest.
What I would propose to do is I'll press on, I'll foreshadow the documents. I've already shown some of them already to my friend, Mr Scott, and we'll endeavour to
All right,
complete what I
let's do
need to
that.
do with today. All right.
Thank you.
Commissioner. Mr Birrer, I just want to start by asking you some questions about the guidelines that the Department and now Services Australia has regard to for the development of complaint handling policies and procedures. You recall you were shown Exhibit 3390, which was the Australian standard for complaints handling from 2014. Do you recall that document?
Yes, Ms Hogan-Doran.
Are you aware that there is a new Australian standard released in March 2022?
I am, yes.
All right. Before I come to that, you referred in your evidence to the Ombudsman's Better Practice Guide, and that's one of the documents we'll have made available to the Commission. There are a number of iterations. Is that your understanding, Mr Birrer?
It is, it's updated, yes.
All right then. You said something to the effect, but the document which I would have shown to you is that the Ombudsman states that the guide is broadly consistent with the Australian standard. That's your understanding too?
It does. That was my reading of the Ombudsman's document.
All right. The most current iteration available on the Ombudsman's website is published on 1 January 2023, and it has regard to the 2014 Australian standard, which is the version that was shown to you by Mr Scott. Are you or Services Australia working with the Ombudsman on the new iteration of the guide to have regard to the new 2022 standard?
Yes, we continually review how it is that we do complaints management against the Ombudsman's Better Practice Guide, and also consult the Ombudsman on it. We're also committed to making sure we keep aware of broader developments, so including through, there's an industry peak body, and so engaging with them on the sort of developments as well.
Just on the first part of that answer to my question, Mr Birrer, in relation to the Ombudsman's development of a new iteration of the Better Practice Guide, is it your expectation that Services Australia would review its policies and procedures to continue to comply with the new guide if promulgated?
Yes.
Just before, you also just mentioned some private sector consultation. What are some of the bodies or a body with which Services Australia consults in relation to complaints handling policies and procedures?
Well, there's the Society of Consumer Affairs Practitioners, which is one body which looks at complaints handling and certification around complaints handling, and the finance sector and other sectors engage with them. We like to keep abreast of what they're doing as well, and with sort of cognizant that the Ombudsman's office does publish the Better Practice Guide. We also engage with international partners in other countries, other like-minded countries that engage on welfare issues and social security issues. And so one example of that is that through our engagement with our colleagues in the UK Civil Service in the Department of Works and Pensions, their experiences have helped us to work on the escalated customer learning reference group that I mentioned before about how to capture experience and expertise across the agency and to feed that back into making sure that systemic issues that are raised through complaints are addressed.
You spoke before about consulting with the private sector and also with public sector equivalents internationally. The Australian standard is geared to private sector organisations. Do you agree with that proposition?
It is principally, yes, although there are government organisations that have a role in it as well, but it's principally so, yes.
You said in your answer one of the reasons that Services Australia complies or sets out to comply with the Ombudsman's Better Practice Guide is that as a public sector agency, you're responsible for government outlays. Why is it important why is that a relevant consideration?
Well, I think that's relevant for a number of reasons. I think one is that the Ombudsman is providing that advice within the context of the Australian government and the sort of services that we deliver to people. Also, the Ombudsman's informed by the various complaints it receives, including about the Services Australia and our engagement with customers. And so that has quite a lot of immediacy in terms of how we consider complaints handling in our context.
You also mentioned the experience of professionals in, for example, the finance sector, and obviously banks are agencies that need to comply with the Australian standards in terms of complaints handling. What's the difference in terms of the public sector, in terms of the service offering from the consumer's point of view or the customer's point of view?
I personally think there's a much higher ethical and professional standard that can be expected of us, because when I look at it, like Services Australia is the national welfare agency. One of the key programs we deliver, and the one that this Royal Commission is looking at, relates to the Centrelink program of social security and income support. People who are recipients of that are there because they suffer from vulnerabilities or on hard times. It's not like they can choose a different organisation to deal with. And so I think we come with sort of quite a responsibility of as well as a privilege of helping to serve Australian people. And so it needs to be geared towards the fact that there's not consumer choice in the services that we deliver.
And has Services Australia received any more recent feedback from the Ombudsman, particularly about the maturity of its complaint handling model now, post-Robodebt?
Well, one substantive piece of feedback that I've seen recently is a letter from the then acting Ombudsman in February 2022, conveying a report that the Ombudsman had done into our complaints management system in 2021 as a result of a survey that the Ombudsman had done, and they'd sort of assigned us a level 5 in terms of how Services Australia undertakes complaints management, which is a high score, and provided a dashboard that talked about the strengths of the approach that we currently have, which includes looking at systemic issues as well as areas where we can further develop. And if it would help the Royal Commission, we could seek to produce that report as part of the future-looking recommendations.
If you can assure me it wasn't written by Services Australia in the first place, Mr. Birrer, we'd be delighted.
No, it's published by the Ombudsman, Commissioner, yes.
Commissioner, I'm alive to the issue you had. I've obtaining copies of the relevant materials. We'll review them before provision.
Thank you.
Just in relation to the survey attributing maturity levels, the 1 to 5, the 5 being the top rating, and that's your recollection, is it, Mr. Birrer?
It is, yes.
Just want to ask you some questions then on the some of the key differences between the Robodebt experience of complaints handling by the specialised business unit that had responsibility for the delivery of the system compared to the more centralised system that now operates for complaints handling within Services Australia. In your evidence, you spoke to increased training and increased materials and also that more centralised system. I just want to ask you 4 or 5 aspects of evidence you gave on other differences or which might identify some additional differences. In terms of tracking complaints, you were asked a series of questions by Mr. Scott concerning the OU code, and you spoke of its limitations and the risk of miscoding. That's an example, is it, of human error in the complaints handling monitoring process and receipt process?
I think it's both an issue about the system design and making sure that it's set up to collect good information, and we now do a lot of work around improving sort of data quality and also an issue of if you like, user error, and making sure that staff have available to them appropriate training and awareness about how to operate those systems.
And that's to reduce the risk of error, do you agree?
Yes.
And also to speed up, presumably, the resolution of complaints.
Yeah, speed up the resolution and increase the awareness of the importance of complaints as an indicator in our system, and of encouraging staff across the agency to engage on the resolution of complaints where they can.
Just on this issue of resolving complaints, or at least progressing the resolution of the complaints, Commissioner, this isn't a question that directly arises from the examination of Mr. Scott, but it traverses the areas to changes between the Robodebt complaint handling system and what it is, what was learnt from the limitations of that process. The question I have is, what changes have there been made to the appeals process in order to more speedily resolve customer complaints?
Yeah, so during the Robodebt scheme, where a recipient had sought an appeal, it first went through what was termed a subject matter expert review, and that is by a member of the business unit. Essentially, it's a form of quality review, and then there was an explanation provided back to the recipient about it prior to them then seeking an authorised review officer review. And that's where you sort of saw information from advocacy groups about asking clearly to go to authorised review officer reviews. That the review and appeal system process has now changed, including in consultation with the Ombudsman, to ensure that people are aware of, and the system allows for, people to progress straight to authorised review officer review where they do want to appeal. And we've also done work to make more clearer the letters that people receive after an authorised review officer appeal has been determined, to improve their readability and accessibility to people.
And does that information make it plain that from an authorised review officer's review, if a customer is unsatisfied or dissatisfied with the result, that they can then exercise rights to appeal to the AAT?
Yes, it has information about their appeal rights to the AET.
You gave one of the questions Mr. Scott raised with you in terms of the Australian standard was, and it's present also to that effect in the Ombudsman's Better Practice Guide, to be people-focused in the complaints handling processes. In your answer to a question, you referred to a wraparound service. Could you just explain that a little more as to what that is? And is that about tracking complaints or resolving complaints, or is it both or more?
A bit of both, but also more, in that the complaints framework also includes a adverse customer events response team. So not only arising from a complaint, but arising from anywhere where there's been an adverse event occur to a customer as a result of what the agency has or hasn't done, and assisting that customer by engaging the different business units across the agency to do what we call service recovery. That is, to get them into the position in terms of the payments and services that we deliver, which is applicable to their circumstances.
What's an adverse event and how do you get to know about it?
An adverse event arises through a complaint or through where somebody comes into the system and there's a problem with resolving where that person is. It's generally somebody with quite complex circumstances, and so not just a single issue, but often multiple, concerning their payments and other services.
I'm just trying to understand. You seem to be suggesting this could happen independent of any complaint. So how would you know about it, and what would constitute an example of an adverse event?
The other would be just a contact to the agency outside of a complaint. People contact us generally because they have a claim, or they are asking about their particular circumstances or their payment, and so from that can arise where we see a particular customer or a cohort that's been impacted adversely, and what we can do to then correct their circumstances.
I'm still not very clear on what you would categorise as an adverse event, though.
An adverse event is the most simple definition would be where somebody's not actually getting the services or payments that's applicable to their circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
There's also a personalised tailored servicing team, and so that team is focused on where people with quite profound vulnerabilities are having trouble engaging with the system through regular channels, and so assisting to get those people into a stable situation of engaging with the agency, which can take time, and so then return to sort of more regular customer channels. And there was one example of that last year that won a substantial, like a significant internal achievement award, where one of the personalised tailored servicing team members had engaged with a customer that had a lot of vulnerabilities, who'd lodged a very large number of complaints, and worked with that person and built rapport over time to help them to engage to get the right services and outcomes required for them, not only in a monetary sense, but also in terms of a broader sort of medical support as well.
Just two more quick questions, Commissioner. Mr. Birrer, you gave some evidence about the new data analytics division, and as an example of the more sort of sophisticated complaints handling system that there is now in place. Could you just explain to the Commissioner, or describe to the Commissioner, the governance that sits over that new analytical tool or division?
Yeah, so the data and analytics division, which is headed up by a chief data officer, reports to one of the deputy chief executive officers, and through that to different committees. Now we have one of the sort of avenues of raising issues is that division is what provides information that we can use for external reporting, so that we're more assured than some of the examples that Mr. Scott showed today about the provenance of the information and its an assurance over it. And so making sure we get information right up front, but also then providing different levels of analysis. And so to try to look for those underlying drivers or where there are systemic issues so that they can be addressed rather than being overlooked. As we saw sort of during Robodebt, it was a lot more sort of, there was a lot of ad hoc use of data or information or attempts to generate it. We're trying to sort of standardise that and to apply a more consistent quality lens over the information so that we've got more confidence that it's actually right.
On a more day-to-day, the monitoring and reporting of complaints handling, and then on a more longer view, picking up systemic problems emerging through the complaints handling system or being identified by the complaints handling system. How is there, Commissioners use the word visibility, how is there visibility of the senior executive service of these problems so that they can be actioned and resolved?
Yeah, so there's, for those sort of more immediate issues that arise, there's an escalation pathway to the Chief Executive Officer and the deputies through our executive meetings that we hold most days of the week, and where particularly significant adverse events that come up affecting either an individual customer or a cohort are raised so that they're escalated quickly to that level. And then there's also work that's undertaken on longer term sort of systemic issues, including through a specialised subcommittee of the senior executive we have that's called the customer subgroup, which looks at how it is that we're engaging with and servicing customers through the agency.
And that's a different group, is it, to the escalated customer learning reference group?
Yes, the escalated customer learning reference group feeds into that customer subgroup, which looks at, which also receives input and information from other parts of the agency as well, including through the customer service design areas, which design those business flows for how customers engage with us, say through when they want to put in a claim for a payment, the process that they need to go through to have that claim considered.
And is it right that this, at least the escalated customer learning references group, and perhaps also the customer subgroup of the executive level that you just described, that's not just limited to debt and compliance, that it is to issues or activities beyond that?
From across the agency, yes.
For example, say disaster recovery payments and their distribution?
Yes.
All right. Last issue, you asked some questions about information that was provided to Minister Porter and there being identified missing body of data in that information. Is the centralised system and the more mature complaint handling system allowing there to be more or less reliable information provided to ministers?
It's more reliable, and in particular through the engagement of the Data and Analytics Division to make sure that there's a level of confidence over the information that to avoid the sort of circumstance that was depicted in the email that Mr. Scott showed.
And is the information provided in a manner now in which is more or less replicable, that is able to be used by ministers in a way that will not impede or cause detriment to individual customers?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I just ask you this? The Commissioner at one stage had asked about averaging prior to the Robodebt scheme and figures for that, and the department was not able to provide them. I assume that's because there just was no record kept of when averaging was done.
Yeah, I think, Commissioner, there'd be a record kept, but you'd have to look through each individual
I mean, no
debt.
general
Yeah,
record, unless you
yeah,
went
there's-
through, I think the explanation was unless you manually went through every old file, you couldn't work out.
That's right, Commissioner. Yeah, that is a that debt management information system that holds that debt information. It is a very old system, and it does have a lot of limitations about applying. Like, it's very good at doing the transactions it needs to do, but it's not as easy to use for sort of more agile sort of requests like that.
I suppose it's a product of its time.
It is, yeah.
Mr. Scott?
Commissioner, I have no further questions for the witness for today. I understand he may be required. I understand it's envisaged that he will be required again on Friday, and arrangements have been made potentially for him to give evidence by video link.
To save you yet another flight.
Commissioner, I understood that was Friday next week. Perhaps I'm in error.
Oh, sorry, I was imprecise. I meant Friday next week, not this week.
Right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So on that basis, I won't excuse Mr. Birrer?
Yes.
Thanks,
Yes,
Mr.
Commissioner.
Birrer. All right, that's it for the day. We'll adjourn till tomorrow.
All rise. Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.